Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome to this. So welcome to the Call of the Crusade, also known as the Weird Patch. While not exactly of a low quality, the Crusade patch was weird. So this is the Argent Crusade right here. You probably already just saw it, so, I mean, yeah. As you can see, it's in the symbol of the light. There's these random events that happen periodically. For example, we can actually see them capturing these two Valkyr here, as they just did while that video was actually playing, so sorry I didn't get to see that on camera. Occasionally, Garrosh and Jaina will show up too. And naturally, Tyrion himself will give a speech. I also have a few, now, in order to actually showcase all of that, I'd have to be hanging around for like half an hour. Which I do not intend to literally just sit here for half an hour. So instead, what I intend to do is I intend to kind of talk about this a little bit. And if they show up while we're here, that's great. And if not, I'll just talk about what they're going to say. So, the funny thing to me about this is, on the one hand, this is ridiculous. But on the other hand, it actually makes a surprising amount of sense. See, what's actually happening here is Tyrion is doing the exact same thing the Lich King is. He gives a big speech, and again, we won't see it for like 16 minutes, so I'll just read it to you right now. I actually have it up right over here. Right here. No, that's... hang on. Combatants of the Alliance and the Horde, you are welcome under the banner of the Argent Crusade. To the south lies our goal. We will march to the Citadel and cut out the heart of the Scourge where it dwells. But this is no task to be taken lightly. A massive attack with every able-bodied man would end in needless slaughter. Every soldier lost would rise as the enemy. Azeroth would be defenseless against the undead threat. Instead, we require a small, concentrated strike force for the attack to succeed. For that reason, we have created the Argent Tournament. Within these walls you will be tested. Your skill in combat will be matched against the fiercest dangers Northrend has to offer, under the watchful eyes of your leaders. Your prowess, your might, and your cunning will be under close watch. These games will determine the best Azeroth has to offer. The victors will take their rightful place in the assault against the Citadel. We will stand together in the face of evil. Arthas will fall! So again, more or less literally, this is Tyrion doing the exact same thing the Lich King's been doing this entire expansion. We want the best and the brightest. It is debatable in lore if any of these people die during these quests, by the way. You'll see what I mean later. So the format of this place is kind of weird. We start off, we get some quests, we'll do some tutorial. I'm going to do a couple of them. And then it unlocks dailies to be an aspirant. You know, I want to prove my ability to represent my particular faction, right? And let me just go ahead and do the quest. Why don't we go ahead and just do the quest?
Hello.
You have invited you here to test your skill and valor against others who have bravely opposed the Scourge. Many have been our divisions, but the time has come for heroes fighting under all banners to test their blades one another in preparation, yada yada yada.
Farewell.
Everything I just said. By the way, this is kind of neat here. So this is Confessor Palatrus, who I just like to say is actually a pretty awesome character. I like Palatrus as a character. I actually hope we see more of her in the future. She's exactly what a Priestess of the Light or a Priest of the Light, in my opinion, should be. And basically every single one of these people here will go over there and confess to her. And each confession is amusing. Like the dwarf is like, oh, I need a drink, and the troll's like, I'm evil. And the Undercity guy's like, oh, I'm evil. The troll guy is like, I don't understand this. The orc guy is like, oh, I must fight for honor. The Blood Elf guy is like, oh, I'm having trouble with magic, and so forth and so on. I don't actually know the Alliance ones nearly as well. And so, there's some nice little flavor there. I'm not going to stand there for like the 30 minutes necessary to get all of them. There's a lot of random events going on around here that are pretty cool. I shouldn't actually have these unlocked right now. Yeah, Priest's actually got a glyph based on that, the Glyph of Confession, which is pretty awesome, too. It's all just flavor lore, nothing really critical, which is why I'm not going to cover it in full detail. What time is it? Okay. Well, that is the question, Shiryu. With one exception, who we know died, we're not sure if we're actually killing each other or not. You'll see what I mean when we get there. So this is the Horde area. As you can see, the champions here, there's the champion of Sen'jin, the champion of the Thunder Bluff, the champion of Orgrimmar, champion of the Undercity, champion of Silvermoon. And there's a champion equivalent on the Alliance side, which I can't actually show you because I'm Horde. But it's the same equivalent. There's a champion of each of the major factions. So when you go in here, you do these initial quests, and it's like, well, we want you to go ahead and prove that you can fight the way we want you to fight. I've actually decided not to do these quests, by the way, so we're just going to hand it down. So we want you to be able to learn how to fight as one of the Argent Crusade. So they kind of run around with these. I think I can show it off. Yep, here we go. Oh, hang on, I need to get a lance. Give me a moment. For now, oh my god. So you put on these lances like this, and you hop on these things, and it's vehicular combat. This is actually how the duels happen. I'd just like to say I was actually really, really good at this. I knew how to trick abilities so you could get multiple abilities in per server tick when you shouldn't actually be able to. So, more than once, friends of mine, up until a fairly recent time actually, would ask me if I could assist them in doing, like, for example, these dailies right here where you fight the other champions, because I am really good at it. I'm good at vehicular combat in general. I will point this out again when we get to the Citadel, because it'll be relevant there. Also, I totally want this lance as a transmog as well. It's actually really cool. There's a Horde one and an Alliance one and an Argent Dawn one. 3 different graphics for it. Anyway, so you run around doing all these tutorials to learn how to do the stuff that I'm demonstrating to you right now. Now, here's the thing. This leads to unlocking some dailies. It takes, I believe, 3 days to become, to have the right to represent a city. Then it takes, I want to say 9 days? That's off the top of my head. Forgive me if my numbers are wrong. Several days in order to be able to then represent, to finish representing that champion. And then you do another little quest, and then you get the right to try and champion another city. And another city, and another city, until you're a champion of all the cities, in which case you're the champion of everything. That unlocks even more dailies. All of these are dailies, by the way. Now, reality time. Reality check time. I actually really like these dailies, and I hate the crap out of them. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's contradictory. What do you mean? Well, let me try and explain a little bit here. So, these dailies are actually pretty fun and interesting and relatively varied. They vary a little bit day to day. Sometimes you go up here to this whole new area where you deal with some Kvaldir. You usually deal with the Scourge and the Undead over here. There's usually some quest right in front of the Icecrown Citadel. Sometimes there's a quest to go down to the Dragon Blight. Sometimes there's the quest to go over here to the Grizzly Hills. So they were actually a lot of fun, and I liked them. It was a decent variety. It kind of made sense, and I enjoyed the quests themselves. And then I did them the second time, and the third time, and the fourth time, and the fifth time, and the sixth time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, and then the seventh time, and then the eighth time, and then the ninth time, and then the 10th time. I have done these dailies a ridiculous number of times. Now, I'm not one of those people who's going to complain that I had to, but I'm going to explain why I did it.
Everything has a price.
Every single quartermaster for one of the cities has a similarity. They have some gear, that's not really important. They have a commendation badge, that doesn't matter. They have a tabard, whoop-de-crap. But then they have a pet, a pet, there we go, a pet, and a mount. And I collect pets and mounts. And then once you're done with all 10 cities on both sides, by the way, Alliance and Horde,
we will persevere.
Then there's that thing, there's another mount, another pet, and another mount.
We will have justice.
Oh yeah, excuse me, 2 mounts per city. Sorry, 2 mounts per city. I have all of them. I have everything from this. I didn't finish getting everything in this until Pandaria, because every now and again I would get so sick of doing, I think it's like 14 or something dailies every day, twice, again, on Alliance and on Horde, that after a while I just stopped. I just flat stopped doing them. And I didn't go back for years, because I was just, oh my god. So, like I said, these are actually well-designed dailies. Some good gameplay, some good fun, but the grind was insane. Oh my god, it was insane. I don't even have words for it. So, that's the daily side of things. You might ask, well, what else did they add in this? Well, of course, they did add a dungeon, a 5-man, and a raid, which I'll be showing both of you to here. They also had a brief quest, which I'm going to explain rather than do. It would actually take me quite a few quests of boring to showcase this quest. That's why I'm just going to talk about it. There is this individual called the Black Knight. Monty Python reference. And, Mr. Black Knight, he's literally a knight here on behalf of whoever. Either Westfall or Durotar, I want to say? I can't actually remember. Anyways, depending on your side. And hi, Night Forger. He is actually a Scourge agent who's been infiltrating, trying to kill us from within. And it's actually funny because just as he is a joke out of character because of the Monty Python reference, he is a joke in character. Because of the fact that the Lich King literally sent him here as a joke. He sent him here with absolutely no expectation of him actually succeeding. Wait, can I not even... Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I should be able to hop on one of these.
Pleased to meet you.
Aww.
Very well, then.
There's a cool song that plays when you're fighting him, and I wanted to play it for you. Yeah, the Black Knight had a really good tanking trinket. Some other good stuff, too. Okay, so let's talk about... well, since it looks like I'm not going to get either of those cutscenes happening, I'll just go ahead and read them for you. So after a bit of time, Thrall and Garrosh showed up. And Thrall says, Garrosh, I expect you to control yourself here. I do not want a repeat of the Violet Citadel.
Pugh! That was a show of strength, worthy of a leader. I only regret I did not kill that human before the mage interfered.
Why are guests here, Garrosh? and you will conduct yourselves honorably.
What honor is there in thrashing about with blunted sticks? This is a waste of time.
Tyrion shows up. Welcome, War Chief Thrall, Overlord Hellscream. Thrall says, "Thank you for the invitation, Lord Fordring. We look forward to observing these games."
Speak for yourself, Thrall.
I hope you will see the merits of these events in time, Garrosh. We cannot win against the Scourge if we continue to war against one another. To which Thrall says, "Wise words."
Words of a fool, you mean? The Horde will destroy the undead without your aid, human, or that of that pompous king.
Thrall actually smacks him and says, "Garrosh, enough! Under my roof, gentlemen, I trust you will behave." Of course, Tyrion. I apologize for his outburst. It will not be repeated. 25 minutes later, Varian and Jaina show up. Tyrion. "King Varian, Lady Jaina, welcome to the tournament. Your place in the Colosseum is waiting." I can't do a Jaina voice. "Thank you. It's the..." Oh, God, then. I'm not doing that. "Thank you. It's the least we can do to support this. We need to stand together." To which Varian... I'm going to do Varian's voice as Garrosh because I think it's appropriate.
You ask much of me, Tyrion, to sit and watch, trusting these savages to keep themselves in check.
My people are here to ensure they honor the rules of engagement. It will do your subjects well to see you in the stands. I'm sure Thrall will have his people under control.
Perhaps. I doubt the effectiveness of this gambit. We would be better served preparing our armies for the final result. However, if my presence is required in order to secure your support, then I will stay for now.
And then he kind of goes like this for a bit. It makes just look like a really weird face at Tyrion. Malik. You know, my Garrosh voice and my Malik voice are actually pretty similar now that I think about it.
The only difference is I do Malik closer to this.
So, yeah, I'm actually on the wrong character. This is kind of sad, really. Although I probably could solo this place this time. Thank you, Screenburn. So we're gonna do the 5-man first. Sorry, I'm not showing off the battleground. I don't even remember the name for it. It's actually the other way around. I actually did a whole voice acting thing where I spoke as Garrosh for a bit, and then when I did the KOTOR Lorerun, it just seemed so natural to use Garrosh's voice for Malik. You, I believe. Ride the shoop off? Varian, why are we here? I don't understand. Anyways, okay, so dungeon. So this is the 5-man. Love the art, actually. So obviously I just skipped forward a whole bunch. The idea here is, in lore, you're supposed to have done this after you've already become an Argent champion. So you're already like one of the highest ranking members of the people. One of the few who have proven themselves the elite. You notice Thrall and Garrosh are up there. Garrosh has his new model at this point. Not his new model. His new model. There's Varian and Jaina, representing the Alliance. I also always get thrown around when I do this on the Alliance and the Horde, because literally the Horde enter from there and the Alliance enter from there, and it's just weird. Anyways.
Victory lies ahead.
Right. Gotta get on a mount. I'm so sorry. I understand Psychotic. Really, I do. So, funnily enough, this battle right here took me a long time to really perfect a method of soloing. Those of you who've done this, especially on Heroic, know what I mean.
Our enemies will fall.
So. The Sunreavers are proud to present their representatives in this trial by combat. Come on. Welcome, champions. Today, before the eyes of your leaders and peers, you will prove yourselves worthy combatants. Well, in fairness, I've only ever done this on a warrior. I have a specific strategy on a warrior. Thrall says, "Fight well, Loktar Ogar!" And Garrosh says, "Finally, a fight worth watching." Varian says, I did not come here to watch animals tear at each other senselessly, Tyrion. Jaina says, they're worthy fighters. You'll see.
You will be facing the three of the grand champions of the tournament. These fierce contenders have beaten all others to reach the pinnacle of skill in the joust.
So who we got today? Looks like human... So sorry, proud and strong, give us a cheer for Marshal Jacob Ilarius, Grand Champion of Stormwind. I'm glad you're liking it, Victor. The might of the dwarves is represented today by the Grand Champion of Ironforge, Lana Stouthammer. And Skype, apparently. Here comes the small but deadly Ambrose Boltspark, Grand Champion of Gnomragon. Yeah, sorry about the Skype thing, guys. It's alright. So you're supposed to do this on thing, and you're supposed to have 5 people to do this. I don't actually know how I'm going to do this. Wait, who is that? That's what I thought. That's Hylisk. I've never even gotten that, so... Crats, Hylisk. Okay. Oh, right. Wrong button, wrong button. It actually totally does, Night Forger, yeah. What the frell? Target. There we go. That little maneuver right there is pretty much required for doing this. Yeah, this isn't going to happen. Alright, so let's just pop off this thing. Hey, what's up? What? Why are they going away? Why'd they go away? Why'd they go away? Don't tell me they added a thing where you have to do it on the mount. Because if they did, I actually can't do this. I cannot solo this. I've done this off the mount before. I do it regularly. Did. I really should use past tense. Did. I used to do this regularly. That's how I did it. I'd go talk to him and then immediately hop off and be like,
we will persevere.
Yeah, and then I just pop off like, alright, let's go. Maybe I had to do it that way? Maybe this is what's different. Oh, you're right, Hylisk. You're right. That's why. You're absolutely right. Yeah, no, I always hop off for the elites. Because, yeah, duh. Okay. Well, alright. I'll actually try then. Holy crap. I gotta be honest, this is gonna suck a bit. Doing this without any kind of backup. And of course, we gotta go through this whole thing all over again. They actually added an option to skip this, but only for people who've done the quest, which obviously I have not. So, we gotta go through the whole intro again. So this is a good time as any to talk about one of the things I really, really enjoy about this patch. The dungeon and the raid were awesome. They were terrible lore, except for one cool cutscene, but otherwise they were just really, really fun. The gameplay mechanics were really enjoyable, and I really liked that. Almost a total lack of lore, almost no story whatsoever, and kind of contained. Now, there's one other thing about this, though, that's kind of weird for me personally. I was actually in between guilds when this went live. So, while I raided regularly in Ulduar, and I raided regularly in Citadel, competitively in both cases, I didn't hear. In fact, just before Citadel came out, is when I hopped into a new guild, the one I ended up raiding Citadel with, no quarter actually, and so I went back, and they already had TOC on farm, so I actually never experienced TOC at level, so to speak. That being said, even with the gear advantage of Icecrown gear, this raid was very, very difficult. This is also a brand new thing that they started, although I'll talk about that when I actually get to the raid, because now I gotta start paying attention. Come on. Apparently I left my shields drop off, which is my own damn fault. Yeah, burning through those, oh, God damn it. I screwed that up. I'm screwed. There we go. I can't do this. I can't do this, guys. Sorry. I'm gonna have to go invite third. I don't even know how to do this. I have no strategy for this. I have never had to deal with this. Yeah, Anubarak was insane, especially as a healer. Holy crap. Oh, right, actually. Can't I? Let's find out. Yay! Okay, never mind, never mind. I'm fine, I got this. You might actually wonder what I'm doing with that weird tapping sound I just made. What I'm trying to do is basically hit 3 in 1 simultaneously. So the idea is when I charge, I am also hitting them as I go through. Which is pretty much exactly how that works. Hang on a second. Yeah, let's not talk about healing Anubarak. I healed Anubarak. I was a druid healer at that point in time. I also tanked him, but it's another story entirely. Hey, buddy. Okay! So this fight kind of sucked. 2 solo back before the changes. And I can hop off, so screw this. Long. Maybe? Yeah, let's see. Hang on. Just realized I need to... This. Oh, I don't have a dagger equipped. Right, that's the problem. There we go. We should be fine now. So this is the real difficulty of this battle. Anytime you get trampled, you're stunned for actually a decent period of time, actually. And you can do that to them, too, actually. You'll see what I mean. We're actually not defeating the champions. We're defeating their mounts, basically. The goal is you always focus fire 1 down. And then once you do so, excuse me, you knock him off, and then one person's job is to go and maintain the trample so he doesn't get up and get right back up and aggravate you. No, this isn't impressive. I would already be done with this fight if I was on my warrior. I can do this fight in my sleep on my warrior. There, done. Okay. So, then we have to fight them for real. Given this setup, we'll probably be going after Mr. Gnome first. Oh god, yeah, no kidding. Psychotic. Now, so this is an interesting question. So, you notice we kill him there, right? You see that? Except he's not dead. He's clearly alive. And in fact, they clearly walk off when you're done with them. Just pay attention to that for a moment. Because that's kind of important, really.
Anu Belore de la Na.
So the next challenge
to all who oppose us
will be for me to put my poisons back on. So, these guys, if you'll pay attention, are leaving corpses.
Thank you, good Herald. Your words are too kind.
There's Palitris. Palitris, if you prefer. So, play the demo, Kamek. It's not that long. And we can loot them and everything. People have argued for some time if these guys are actually dead, or if this is just a gameplay mechanic, because otherwise you wouldn't get any loot, basically. You would just get boss loot. And so the argument is this is literally the only trash in the entire dungeon. These guys right here. So maybe they had to have them give loot or something, or maybe we actually did kill people. Your guess is as good as mine. They've never officially confirmed it or not. But if we're actually killing people, then I officially go from being okay with this tournament to what the hell. Personally, by the way, I do think we are actually killing people because I've done the raid. We'll get to that, though. So she has a unique mechanic.
Well then, let us begin.
She summons a memory from the past. Looks like we got Cyanogosa. You can get all sorts of random bosses from the past, and there's quite a few from basically...
The darkest memory fades when confronted.
And basically every previous expansion. Also Laura Bailey, by the way. So, believe it or not, that's actually it. We have defeated the champion, which can actually be Palitris or Eadric the Pure. I suppose I should read this. The Lich King is relentless, his undead armies pouring forth to overwhelm his foes. To prepare would-be champions against him, High Lord Tyrion Fordring presents a test of courage, endurance, and teamwork. His hardened veterans will weed out those who lack the stomach to face the ravening throngs of the undead. Then Eadric is the boss we didn't see. You'll randomly get Eadric or Palitris. Eadric, before heroes can challenge the forces of darkness, they must defeat the light. High Lord Tyrion Fordring has selected a formidable paladin from the Argent Crusade to test combatants' mettle. Eadric will go to great lengths to cull those without moral conviction. So, hands up. How many of you out there had groups who would constantly not turn away at his blind attack? I, never got hit by it, and that's as a tank, by the way. I just be like, yep, turn around. Or as a healer, I just stay turned around, because I'm a healer. It doesn't freaking matter. So... that's his big ability. He has this thing, and as long as you're not facing him, you don't get blinded. Palitris, of course, is the one we just saw. Before heroes can challenge the forces of dark... oh, it's the same damn thing. So, we've done it! We've beaten the champion, we've beaten the groups, we are ready to challenge...
Victory lies ahead.
Yes, I am ready.
We will have justice.
Well done! You have proven yourself here today. What's that? Up near the rafters. Something that always has bothered me about this. This is an entire Colosseum filled with tons and tons of people. Most of them Argent Crusaders. And this... well, he's not actually a Death Knight, but this undead guy just waltzes in.
You spoiled my grand entrance, rat.
And kills this man. He kills him. He flat out kills him. He's dead.
You honestly think an agent of the Lich King would be bested on the field of your pathetic little tournament? I've come to finish my
4,
task.
3, 2, 1.
You might ask, well, how do I know he's dead? Well, let me give you a hint.
This farce.
He raises him as a
here.
freaking ghoul. Here, I'll put you out of your misery there, buddy. So we kill him. He gets up
My rotting
as
flesh was just getting in the way.
a skeleton this time.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Then he gets up as a spirit.
I have no need for bones to best you. No. Listen.
And he's out. Yay. We did it, guys. We did it. Go now and... go. Champion from the blue team, go and rest. You've earned it. Yeah, it is admittedly an interesting tactic he uses. He literally Army of the Deads and then causes them to corpse explode. Even back in the day, that wasn't super hard. Fun fight, though. The raid was a lot harder. I'm gonna get on my real character to do the raid, because... yeah. But just for show-off points, we'll do it in 25 heroic. Make sure we're set up for that. In we go. So, this was the first raid ever to have the toggle between heroic mode and normal mode. This was the pattern that they have used every single design basically since then. Rather than having mechanics in the fight that specifically change it, so that they go to heroic mode or normal mode, like in Ulduar, or like having 25-man or 10-man, like they did back in, excuse me, back in Noxuramus. This literally just features a toggle, so there's technically 4 modes for this. 10 normal, 10 heroic, 25 normal, and 25 heroic. The heroic modes actually do have different mechanics and whatnot.
How are you?
Welcome, champions! Have you gathered your forces in preparations for the challenges of the trial of the Grand Crusader? Only the most powerful and accomplished of combatants are capable of participating in these trials. To participate, you must have completed the normal... Yeah, that's great. I totally have on this character. The trial of the Grand Crusader is a more difficult version. Each encounter is more difficult, and you will not be able to freely attempt the encounters until you win. After 50 unsuccessful attempts, it will end for the week. So, 50 attempts here. I never actually pugged them tribal, so no.
See you Welcome, champions. You have heard the call of the Argent Crusade, and you have boldly answered.
Yes,
it is here, in the Crusaders' Colosseum, that you will face your greatest challenges. Those of you who survive the rigors of the Colosseum will join the Argent Crusade on its march to Icecrown Citadel. Hailing from the deepest, darkest caverns of the Storm Peaks, Gormak the Impaler. Battle on, heroes!
Oh, whatever. So, the first boss is actually 3 bosses.
I've seen more worthy challenges in a ring of blood. You waste our time, Paladin.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So notice Garrosh is like, oh, I'm a dick. Because that's pretty much what he does in a nutshell. So, the first fight... I'm not going to explain all the mechanics in all these fights to you, but,
Steel yourselves, heroes, for the Twin Terrors, Acid Maw, and Dreadscale.
But you'll notice there's basically no actual... There's no pause in between these 3 bosses.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I know, right, Shiryu? This is a fun boss, and in fact, if I screw this up, I'm completely screwed. So I need to hurry up. I'll always go after Acid Maw primarily. There we go. We're good. We're good.
With the introduction of our next combatant, Ice Howl. Kill or be killed, champions.
What's funny is, of these 3, the easiest one for me was always this one, Ice Howl. This guy was a joke, even on heroic. As long as you were paying very, very good attention and had no lag. I might even show off his mechanic here. Let's see. Yeah, 20 seconds. I can just sit here for 20 seconds. This is not the mechanic. But the previous 2 bosses, if you don't take Acid Maw down quickly, or set it up properly, you are completely screwed. So what he's gonna do, is he's gonna be like, ugh! Now, in normal mode, you have this speed buff to enable you to get out of the way very quickly. In heroic mode, you got nothing, so you gotta just get the hell out of the way very, very quickly. Of course, as a warrior, that's a joke.
The monstrous menagerie has been vanquished.
I personally think the caverns were not that deep. Either that or Tyrion is just exaggerating, which wouldn't surprise me. These are worth 50 gold, by the way. Decent way to get some money. It's the only thing's worth looting in here, really. So, next one.
What can I do for you?
Well done! Your fighting against those beasts was splendid. I hear the next challenge should be even tougher. You'll find out soon enough. Let's do it! So this is everyone's favorite raid boss.
Wilfred Fizzlebang will summon forth your next challenge. Stand by for his entry.
I'm just gonna let you enjoy this one. I'm not even gonna say anything.
Thank you, High Lord. Now, challengers, I will begin the ritual of summoning. When I am done, a fearsome Doomguard will appear. Prepare for oblivion! Aha! I have done it! Behold the absolute power of Wilfred Fizzlebang, Master Summoner! You are bound to me, demon.
Trifling gnome! Your arrogance will be your undoing!
But I'm in charge here!
Quickly, heroes! Destroy the Demon Lord
4,
before it can open a
3,
portal to its twisted
2,
demonic realm!
1.
You face Jaraxxus!
You face Jaraxxus, Eredar Lord of the Burning Legion!
I love this guy's voice so much. He's so enthusiastic. He's great. I love him. I mean, I know it's sad that that gnome just died, but oh, dude. Funnily enough, the achievement for this guy is actually easier to do on
Come
heroic.
forth, sister. Your master calls. Another will take my place. Your world is doomed.
I'll talk about this. Oh, wow, that
The loss
now,
of
now
Wilfred
it drops?
Fizzlebang, while unfortunate, should be a lesson to those of you who dare to dabble in dark magic. Alas, you are victorious, and now must face the next challenge.
Treacherous Alliance dogs. You summon a demon lord against warriors of the Horde? Your deaths will be swift.
The Alliance doesn't need the help of a demon lord to deal with Horde filth. Come, pig.
Everyone, calm down. Compose yourselves. There is no conspiracy at play here. The Warlock acted on his own volition, outside of influences from the Alliance. The tournament must go on.
So, fun little factoid. Yep, okay, we're good. So first of all, that's actually pretty impressive that the gnome manages to summon this guy, but the more important thing to keep in mind is that this was a huge mistake that he just made. The fact that he actually summoned an Eredar, an actual Eredar. That's... holy crap. He was not intending to summon one. He was intending to summon a Doomguard, which would have been a much easier fight. And he did actually kill the crap out of him. Now, granted, this Eredar was probably screwed. Again, even if we aren't here, there's an entire Colosseum of fairly high-level people around here, including, but not limited to, Garrosh, Thrall, Tyrion, Jaina, and Varian. So yeah, they could probably defeat him, but still, big freaking mistake that Mr. Wilfred Fizzlebang made. But of course, this is when things get really stupid. The Horde and the Alliance are like, oh, nerf, 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 nerf. Roughly. So if you're Horde, like I am, the Alliance will demand to kill me. And in response to this treacherous thing, if you are Alliance, the Horde will show you what true power is. And all that kind of garbage. So the next fight is the Champions fight. God almighty, the Champions fight. Anubarak is pretty rough. But the Champions fight is insane. Basically, if you actually manage to survive the first minute or so of the Champions fight, you generally have it. But that first minute is insane. Now, you're probably thinking, well, Arsh, what could possibly be so crazy? Well, why don't I just show you, and then you will understand.
Hello.
That Warlock certainly didn't summon a Doomguard. Your next challenge will be to fight the Knights of the Argent Crusade. Oh, I can do that.
The next battle will be against the Argent Crusade's most powerful knights. Only by defeating them will you be deemed worthy.
Our honor has been besmirched. They make wild claims and false accusations against us. I demand justice. Allow my champions to fight in place of your knights, Tyrion. We challenge the Horde.
Very well. I will allow it.
Why?
Fight with honor.
He even... That's
Fight
funny.
for the glory of the Alliance, heroes. Honor your king and your people.
What's funny about this, by the way, is Tyrion's like, very well, I will allow it. After you do this, no matter which side you are, he says, oh, what a pointless and tragic waste of life. So this is literally a PvP arena fight in PvE form. they really did the AI of these guys very well. They will use their abilities constantly and effectively, and they will wreck you. Looks like we actually have a decent group right here. If you get the druid and the shaman together, ugh. So, and yeah, they're actually over there buffing. We have the, let's see, so we've got, what do we got? The paladin, discipline priest, mage, shadow priest, arms warrior, bleh. Rogue isn't too bad of a deal. Ret paladin, shaman, of course, hunter, and warlock. So this is actually a pretty good group. The group you get is kind of random. This fight sucks. So here's my strategy for this. Okay. Oh, God, kill. Okay, we're good, we're okay. You'll notice I have like a billion debuffs on right now. That's pretty much this fight in a nutshell. The best strategy I've ever found at high level to go back and solo this is kill as many of them as you can very, very quickly. And yeah, they can stun you and stun lock you for as long as they feel like. Goodbye.
That was just a taste of what the future brings. For the Horde!
Shut up, Garrosh.
A shallow and tragic victory. We are weaker as a whole from the losses suffered today. Who but the Lich King could benefit from such foolishness? Great warriors have lost their lives, and for what? The true threat looms ahead. The Lich King awaits us all in death.
That quote right there, and the fact that we just killed those Alliance soldiers, is why I think we did actually kill the Argent people in the previous, in the dungeon that I mentioned earlier. So now a fun fight. Sorry, I just forgot the music was off. So that fight kind of sucked. This next fight was just such a break, and very fun, especially if you're a DPS. I was not. I was a healer and then a tank. But still, very, very fun fight.
You need something?
Fight.
Have a good
Only
one.
by working together will you overcome the final challenge. From the depths of Icecrown come two of the Scourge's most powerful lieutenants. Fearsome Valkyr, winged harbingers of the Lich King.
So we're going to be fighting Shadow and Light simultaneously. Which should I be? Shadow or Light? Shadow or Light? Quick. Decide quickly. Decide quickly. The mechanic... Okay, I want to actually explain the mechanic on this one, because this one's great. I think I have a moment to talk. Yes, I do. Okay, so you can be like, Light, and which gives you Light Essence. You absorb light damage, decrease damage done to light, and increase damage to dark. Absorbing light can consume, I think, and you can switch to dark pretty much at will, too. So there's going to be some shadow and light orbs going all over the thing. If you manage to consume enough of your particular thing, you get this super buff of awesome, which you should do. These two actually share health. Legitimately share, not the pseudo-share I pointed out earlier with the Illidari Council and Black Temple. Oh. And so, yeah, actually, ironically, it's easier to solo this if you don't have an essence at all, but I've already picked one, so nothing I can do about it. There's also some other mechanics they do, like, for example, every now and again she'll put on this massive bubble, and you have to break through the bubble in order to interrupt her, and sometimes they'll do this thing where they heal each other. They have a bunch of fun mechanics. I'm not going to go over all of them, but since we are dark...
In the name of our Dark Master, for the Lich King, you will die.
Let's drag him more over here. Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. I'm not sure if it's true or not, like I said.
The Scourge cannot be stopped.
Too true.
Do you still question the might of the Horde, Paladin? We will take on all comers!
Do I have the music on? Nope, yep. Only together, he's by himself. So, this cutscene alone was worth it. I'm going to tell a couple of funny stories about this one.
Hey there.
But first we'll enjoy the cutscene in its entirety. Splendid! You've proven yourself a great champion here today. With you fighting alongside the Argent Crusade, victory against the Scourge is inevitable. So that was the last fight of the tournament. That's the last one they had planned for us. Your praise is well deserved. Tyrion want to praise you himself shortly. Do you notice it's getting cold all of a sudden?
A mighty blow has been dealt to the Lich King. You have proven yourselves as able-bodied champions of the Argent Crusade. Together, we will strike against Icecrown Citadel and destroy what remains of the Scourge. There is no challenge that we cannot face united.
You will have your challenge, Vordring.
Hello.
Arthas, you are hopelessly outnumbered. Lay down Frostmourne and I will grant you a just death.
The Nerubians built an empire beneath the frozen wastes of Northrend. An empire that you so foolishly built your structures upon. My empire. The souls of your fallen champions will be mine. Vordring.
Wow, I don't know how we're gonna get out of here. You'd think they would have checked for this kind of thing before they built this place, but I suppose keeping up to code isn't really something they wanted to do. So, funny stories before we get on with the epic. Also, more of a Joel Naru being used down here. So, obviously, some people liked to be like, ah ha ha ha, and use, the Death Knight ice thing, a frozen passage or whatever it's called, to kill people as they fell, but we didn't really have that problem. One problem we did have, though, I forget the exact circumstances, but someone was falling, and he had slow fall, and as he was falling, he was a warrior, he intervened someone else, and the game didn't know what to do with that, so he kept falling at about this pace. It took him about 5 minutes, all told, to make it to the bottom. And there's nothing he could do about it. He didn't have... Like, he got rid of Slowfall. It didn't do anything. He just... We were all in vent, just sitting there staring up at him like, what? What the hell? What are you... Why? Oh, by the way, fun little fact. There's actually a way to bypass the ice thing. If he does the ice thing, if you're aiming down and pushing down, in other words, walking down, even with the ice thing, you'll go straight through and not actually hit, so you won't die. So anyways, now for the actual hardest boss in here. Especially as a healer. Although as a tank, this is no walk in the park either.
Our guests have arrived, just as the Master promised.
And I have to admit, I'm actually rather happy that Anubarak A came back, and B is one of the hardest fights around. I shouldn't say around, but he's definitely the hardest fight in here. This guy's a machin. So I'm not going to explain the whole series of the fight. I mean, it's pretty long and complicated. Suffice it to say that when he hits his last phase, he starts stealing health from everyone. I was a druid healer at this point in time. So he starts stealing health from everyone, and it heals him. And now it will do damage. It will kill people if you let it do them. But he is healing from all the damage he's doing to the entire raid simultaneously. So you basically want to keep every single member of the raid at about 10% health-ish. If you heal them too much, it'll heal him too much, and the DPS won't be able to push through it. And the healers will eventually run out of mana, and it's over. It's incredibly intense when you hit that final phase as a healer. As a tank, this guy hits like a goddamn truck. This guy hits you like a truck hitting you with another truck. It was just BAM! 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 Just utterly unrelenting BAM! And it hurts like hell. He also occasionally freezes you. While you're frozen, you can't dodge or block or do anything, actually. You just take it in the face. That's ignoring the fact that there's these ice things that you have to make drop on the ground, to make ice patches, to slow him down when he's burrowing and chasing after you underground. Let's just ignore that. Yeah, this guy was brutal as crap, and I loved it.
This place will serve as your tomb.
And yeah, as Permeus and I were both talking about back in the day, This is one of the reasons why we think that Anubarak was holding back in the dungeon version of him. Because he is a monster here.
The swarm shall overtake you. I have failed you, Master.
Down he goes. Yeah, no kidding, Deacon. I actually don't like playing him as him in Heroes. He's the first guy I picked up in Heroes. Like, oh yeah, I can't wait to play as him. But he was terrible. So fortunately, Tyrion decided to give us a lift down here.
The time of the Argent Crusade is now.
See, I shouldn't even have a tribute chest. And fortunately, they give us a portal out. That's very kind of them. Thank you, guys. So, it's a weird thing to talk about the Argent Tournament. Other than, there is a little bit of lore significance there. We see more of the Alliance and the Horde being stupid. We see how Tyrion is getting a little bit worse. Again, continuation of his story arc. And,
My goods?
yeah, that's what I thought. I was just confused because he mentioned it. And I was like, huh? And of course, we get to see a rather enjoyable raid, difficulty-wise. Yes, Sincarel, that's correct. Oh, that's another thing that these dungeons show. They literally show on camera, for the first time, I think, the fact that the Scourge can just keep getting up again. So we're going to do an interesting thing here. We're going to go ahead and do a quest. Then we're going to do a dungeon. And then another dungeon, and then another dungeon. And then we're going to go ahead and do the dungeons again on the proper version. This is one of the very few times I absolutely prefer the Alliance version over the Horde. Then we're going to be doing this raid 1.08 times, something like that. And then we're going to do the lead in into Cataclysm. I'm just getting into position here. We're not actually doing the Citadel just yet. I want to show off the Citadel a little bit better. I would scream so hard, Psychotic. Oh my god. I have actually seen the hilt drop twice ever. The first time I did not get it. The second time I did. In terms of pure aesthetic, Cranky? That's a tough one. I do like Frostmourne, but I'm going to discount that. Honestly, I think I'm going to have to go with this one. The one actually uses my transmog right there. It's from Vanilla, and it really needs a texture touch-up, but I rather am fond of it. So why don't we go ahead and hop on her. I went ahead and bothered to drop the 20,000 gold on this, just for the off chance, or not, so I could show off this quest. So, the Battered Hilt. This battered old sword hilt has seen better days. Before the hilt was snapped from the blade, it must have been a magnificent example of the blacksmith's art. The graceful symbols and exotic gemstones decorating the hilt suggest that the weapon may have belonged to a powerful person. Surely the Sunreavers would be interested in hearing about the recovery of such an artifact. Seek up their representatives at Keldarar's Rest, to the south of the Argent Tournament grounds. Oh, goddammit, and then someone... You gotta be kidding me. Literally as I'm doing this, someone else runs up.
The style of the blade and
shut up.
Might be a dragon forged.
Oh my god. What are the odds? What are the odds that the moment I step down to do the quest, someone else does the quest in front of me? What are the odds of that? Yogg's, the Pit of Saran is where I've seen both of mine drop venters. So that's the only one I can vouch for. So I'm just gonna fly around for a bit. Isn't my mount awesome looking? Awesome mount. It's the awesomest mount in the world. That's a lie. But it's kind of cool. Is he done getting in my way? I'm telling you, other players just get in my way. Ugh. No, they did not, Psychotic. Clearly, there's only one thing to do. Let's fly around here for a bit. Yeah, wasting time. I suppose before we do this, we could show off... Well, no, I kind of want to wait on that, though. In fact, I really want to wait on that. So, yeah, I think we'll wait on... Damn it, that is so irritating! Why are other players in my game? Why? God damn it! Remove! My friends used to make fun of me. Because I used to think, man, if only I was controlling all 10 of these players, we would actually be done with this boss by now. In raids and whatnot. You know, if it was like an RTS or something. How many of you would be willing to play an RTS game where you could do raid bosses WoW style? But it's an RTS, so you have to control all 10 people. But, you know, it's basically you're controlling all 10 players and it's top-down, but otherwise it's a raid boss straight out of WoW. How many people would play that? Because I totally would. Which title, Alisk? I'm sorry. Yeah, Hordebreaker was an awesome title, and the fact that... Oh, it's done, it's done. Okay. Thank God. Okay.
Victory lies ahead.
I have discovered an item. Go away, other player. He takes the hilt from you and scrutinizes the artifact. This came from the Citadel? What was it doing there? This blade is not of Scourge manufacture. The weapons of this quality can only be crafted by a few of Azeroth's creatures. We'll have to consult them and see if they can help us identify it. There's no mistaking it. This hilt comes from a powerful ancient weapon. But which one? I do not actually recognize these markings, but we haven't hit a dead end yet. Coreliostraz, sometimes better known as Crassus, has long been a friend to the Kelderai and the Kirin Tor. While with his vast knowledge and resources, he's certain to know something. Travel to the top of Wormrest Temple and seek his counsel. Then report to Magister Haltharel inside the Sunweaver Sanctuary. I actually do agree, Shurya. But that's mostly because I like co-op RPGs. Imagine a Divinity Original Sin style thing. Not the top-down thing, but that's what I mean by the co-op thing. You get into a party with someone and you go play WoW with them. And you don't have to, because there's an AI that can run them too. No, it's fine, psychotic. I don't know why you have... Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. I would kill for a masseuse right now. My back is really hurting. But Kingdoms of Amalur has no co-op. So that would be terrible. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'd kind of like to be able to play this with my friends. Not with random people who get in my way, but with my friends. So, funny little thing about this quest. There's actually two versions of this quest. They're not that different from each other, but they are somewhat different from each other. The first version is the one that you have if you're a Blood Elf. And there's obvious reasons for that, which we'll see when we get there. The other version is if you're anything else, which I find amusing. What interesting. Thunder Bluff for me, Alex. First thing I ever... Well, that's a lie. My second big memory of WoW ever, all the way back in the alpha, was of Thunder Bluff. Well, not Thunder Bluff, excuse me, Mulgore. Not Thunder Bluff. Didn't even reach Thunder Bluff that day. Wasn't really sure what the hell I was doing in MMOs back then. Here's a weird thought for you guys. WoW came out 11 years ago. If that doesn't sound weird, there are people who were kids when this game came out who are adults with jobs now. Hey, Crassus.
Hello.
What do you know about ancient swords?
Good luck, friend.
You're too late, Dying Scream. Another visitor from Lorerun came, asking after information about the same prismatic dragon blades. From your description, I'm certain the book I loaned our visitor could allow you to easily identify the weapon. I'm afraid we'll have to ask that... Well, maybe Caligos can help. Hey, Caligos. You still cool? Listen, stay away from Janna. Just saying. Are you certain you should be helping these mortals? Mortals in their quest for the sword. These blades, Crassus. They were made a long time ago when things were different. You believe our allies will not be able to control the power of the swords? Our enemies once turned our strongest weapons against us. What makes you think the prismatic blades will be any different? Mortal champions have long used these blades to combat evil. I see no reason to keep the swords from them in this battle. As you wish, my queen. I will not stand in their way, but I will keep a close watch. As will we all. Please, mortal, seek out Magister Hatharel in Lorerun. He might be able to negotiate with the Silver Covenant for access for the book. Guys, I have the amount of aspects on me, okay? I think I've got your trust at this point. I've done Dragon Soul, damn it. That was 3 mortals in one conversation. Storm. I actually had a character who okay, so for those of you not aware, at one point in history, it was possible to fall into the, I guess moat? Sewer? I don't know what to call it. The river that runs through Stormwind. You used to be able to fall in there, and there was no way out. They fixed that pretty early on. But once upon a time, you got a character in there, unless you had your ability to hearth out, you were stuck. And so you're just swimming there like, how do I get out of here? And honestly, some of us didn't really understand the concept of hearthing back in the day. What can I say? We were noobs. So yeah, I've actually abandoned a character into the waters of Stormwind before. The channel, thank you. God, couldn't think of the word. I probably could have drowned, too. I was quite a bit of a noob. I had actually only played 4 MMOs before. Well, okay, that's actually a lie. I played like 15 MMOs before a while. But I'd never gotten good at them. You know what I mean? I never become invested enough to bother trying. And so I had never actually gotten good at any of them. So I was a complete noob. Even when I got to WoW. Just a complete noob.
What business have you?
We must recover that book from the Silver Covenant. Without that book from Crassus, we stand very little chance of solving the mystery of the sword in Icecrown, or unlocking its power. One of my contacts in the underbelly caught sight of a Silver Covenant agent gathering information at the cantrips in Crow's Tavern. Silver Covenant members aren't normally found in the sewers, so they must be plotting something. Go to the underbelly, find this agent, eliminate him, search his body for any information, kill the Silver Covenant ring of weaklings. Yes, that's right, the Horde and Alliance thing is true even in Lorerun. Especially when we get to Pandaria. Well, time to go to the sewers. How many of you knew this shortcut existed? Just curious.
Algalon was sent here to judge the
Shut
fate
up,
of our
Ronan.
world.
Alright, we got the orders. Let's see here. You must meet with Arcanist Tibbalin on the top floor of the Silver Enclave. He will entrust you with a book that is beyond value. Be discreet in your movements and guard this book with your life. Carry it back... actually, lost my train there. Carry it back to Calidus Brightspirit, Keldor our rest, with all haste. Thank you, Namus Hives. I'm actually very proud of this transmog. It's a bunch of pieces from all over the place. Well, that's it, actually. They've got Warrior Lookalike and some stuff from BC and the Death Knight cloak there. And, of course, this, which just fits surprisingly well, in my opinion. I'm very, very proud of this transmog. And, of course, Warrior Lookalike helmet. So 3 expansions contributed to this particular transmog. I can do this. I think. I'm trying to remember how to do this. Do I have to go back here? I've only done this quest once ever. On my warrior. Is he up or down? Didn't say. Should be, like, in there. I kind of feel bad for Ronan, too. Like I say, other than the annoyance factor of Lorerun, at least he's a lot less annoying in, in WoW than he is in the book. Okay. I don't remember where to turn this. I'm gonna go ahead and look this up, rather than try and figure this out. Silver I am trying to avoid Legion spoilers for my viewers, so I shall not answer that question positively or negatively. Someone's asking me where I get the mount. Unfortunately, this is not a mount that drops off of Deathwing, even though it totally should be. I'd just like to say. I'm dead serious. This should drop off of Deathwing. It makes so much sense. Okay, here we go. I see what the problem is. I'm stupid. Yeah, the actual mount off of Deathwing is ugly. If you don't get it, this is the aspects mount, aka all of the 5 aspects combined into one power, which is what happens in the final fight against Deathwing. And yet, it's from the shop and not from the boss. Anyways, did you find anything of use on that agent? The agent you intercepted was supposed to deliver the Wormrest tome to Icecrown after meeting with an Arcanist Tibelin. We have to reclaim that book. We only have one chance to do it. Getting you inside the Silver Enclave will be tougher than it appears. Only those who possess Silver Covenant tabards are permitted entry. If we can get our hands on one, a simple enchantment will do the rest. On the balcony above the Threads of Fate, you'll find Shandy Glossgleam. I've helped him a few times, so he owes me a favor. He handles laundry for a wide variety of people in the city. Maybe he can find a way to lend you a tabard for a while. So, as an aside, to explain what I mean a little bit about the drop thing, so the actual mount that drops... There we go. This is the actual mount that drops off of Deathwing. Now, it's actually not a bad mount, but it's an Alexstrasza mount. It's partially connected to the lore, but only partially. This mount should have been the shop mount. The mount that should have been the mount that actually drops off him is the one that's directly connected to the lore of what's happening in that fight. This mount. I mean, for God's sakes. Anyways, moving on. So I need to go to this guy. The gnome dude. I remember this. I'll just get the sound off, Oren Dalaran. Are you surprised to see me here? Everyone needs clean laundry, and what better way to do it than with your own water elemental? Simply bring your laundry, pay a nominal fee, and before you know it, everything will be fresh and clean. He drops 2, actually. He drops 2 mounts, and then the Twilight Dragon, whose name I suddenly can't think of, also drops a mount. So it's 3 mounts drop in that stupid raid. Anyways, you're in luck. I've just got just what you need in the load I'm about to wash. See the piles of laundry in the bucket of water? I'll call out what I need next. You put it in the tub. Ready? Sure. More water. Where's water? Where's water? There. Water. Time to make some alcohol. Equivalent. I love the idea of a mage using a water elemental to clean clothes, by the way. Something about that amuses me greatly. Altraxion! With the weirdest voice acting. Like, his voice acting is so odd. It doesn't fit his personality, his appearance at all. I am the beginning of the end, mortals. You know. Add the unmentionables. Nice. I don't know what that stain was. We're in Northrend fighting the undead. I think we know what the stain was, Shandy. Tub needs more water. Correct. Ultraxian drops amount. Experiment X2 is 7-3x5DC. I don't know. Hang on, I'll look it up. Hang on. This thing, Experiment 12B. This drops off of Ultraxian. See the clothes go flying into the distance. See how easy that was with everyone working together? Just take what you need from the laundry here, but don't forget to return it when you're finished. Was Shandi able to get you a Silver Covenant tabard? I knew Shandi would find a way to make it work. Let me get this enchanted and ready for you to use. With any luck, the tabard's owner won't even know it's missing, and Shandi will cover the rest of our tracks. I've placed an enchantment on the tabard that'll allow you to slip past the Enclave's defenses for a short period of time. You should have enough time to find your way up to the top level and meet with the Silver Covenant's man there, known as Arcanist Tibelin. While disguised, obtain a copy of the ancient Dragonforged blade that his men borrowed from Wormrest, and then return the book to me. I am with the Alliance. Beep, boop. Destroy, destroy. All Horde dogs must die. Ignore my ghoul who is following at my side. Citizens of Lorerun, raise your eyes. That's the second time since I've been here. I just got here a few minutes ago. And Ronan's already like, citizens of Lorerun, someone else has beaten Algalon for the umpteen hyperbolillionth time. I am Alliance. Beep, boop. Do not mind me, for I am clearly Alliance. Okay. No idea where I'm going. This... Looking for Arcanist Dude Face. I don't actually know the Alliance sector nearly as well as I do the Horde one, for obvious reasons. So, let's see if we can find this guy. Aha! Hey. There you are. I was beginning to think about the Sunreavers that intercepted you. Are you ready to deliver your tome to the representative in Icecrown? I will deliver the tome. Beep, boop. It's good to finally see you, courier. Crassus has entrusted us with one of the few remaining copies of ancient Dragonforged blades. Here's the book. You must secure it and ensure it gets to Calidus Brightspear in Icecrown before the Sunreavers realize what's happening. Yes, we must not allow the Sunreavers to discover this. I actually try not to right now, Tribal, because I've been burned on that a couple of times. It's nothing personal. Rare indeed are the prismatic blades, forged by the combined might of the 5 dragonflights. Among the greatest of these was the sister swords of Kel-Sirar and Keldalar. Hey, I actually have both of those. In her wisdom, the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza gifted one of the blades to each of the elven people of Azeroth. Kel-Sirar was to be born by a valiant Kaldurai warrior, while Keldarar was entrusted to a Keldarai champion. Each blade transformed in the hands of its wielder, molding its magic to its master's strengths. Excellent work. Now that this is in our hands, we must get it to Malarian Sunblaze as soon as possible. We can't risk the Silver Covenant taking the book from us again. I'll get that tabard back to Shandy and see that he's compensated for his assistance. Once the book is in Marillion's hand, the Covenant won't be a threat anymore. We must get this book, yada yada yada. I'm taking the book. God, jeez. I'm moving the book. Good lord. It's just a book, guys. Sheesh. Okay, I can turn the sound back on. Now that we're out of Lorerun again. I love Lorerun, really, but damn it, Ronan, shut up. They even nerfed his yells, and he's still kind of obnoxious. So many mounts I still don't have. So many mounts. Sigh. I'm never getting this one. Screw that mount. Takes forever and is incredibly random. Technically, I have all these alliance mounts. It just doesn't show that. Hey, Mulder Fox. There it is. So, now that we have information on this ancient, wonderful, prismatic blade, let's see what we can find out, shall we?
Yes.
We've been expecting your return. What kept you? These symbols on these blades seem familiar, and now there's little wonder why. This is certainly a dragon blade, gifted to one of the mortal races. But which blade is this? How did it come to rest in Icecrown?
Keep your wits about you.
The style of the blade and its markings hinted that this might be a dragon-forged sword. At last, we will have our answer. After all these years, can it really be?
Quel'Dalar.
You're not welcome here, minion of the Lich King.
Quiet, fools. If I'd wished to kill you, you'd already be dead.
As Quel'Dalar was forged by the dragons and given to the Kaldori, its twin, Quel'Dalar, was given to my people. The king bestowed the blade upon my friend, the Lorien Dawnseeker. But even Thalorian's skill and Quel'Dalar's magic could not save Silver Moon from the might of the Scourge. Thalorian fell before the gates of the Sunwell, buying time for others to escape. After the battle, I recovered the sword from the field. I bore it to Northrend in the service of my prince, seeking to avenge our people's defeat.
In other words, she was here as part of Kael'thas's forces in Frozen
Arthas
Throne.
shattered our forces, and took the most powerful of us into his service as the San'lain. My memories of Thalorian went cold, and so did his blade. It was I who brought Quel'Dalar here, to return it to its makers. In breaking the weapon, so did I break its power. Quel'Dalar will never serve another.
You're on, Kemet.
Anaria Shola.
We cannot allow Quel'Dalar to remain broken and disgraced. Take the remnants of the sword, along with the battered hilt, and venture into the pit of Saran. In the pit, the Lich King uses slaves to mine, process, and transform Serenite ore. This infused Serenite is what we will use to rebuild Quel'Dalar. You must gather bars of infused Serenite and capture the Forge Master's hammer.
Shorel Aran.
So I'd just like to point out that this is an incredibly stupid idea. I mean, really. We have a dragon blade which we're empowering with Serenite. Has nobody learned the lessons of Serenite yet? I feel like I am speaking upon deaf ears. Oh well. Alas. Alack. Do I have any viewers right now, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Chat seems a little slow. My favorite YouTuber? I don't know. I don't know. I suppose I will go with Jim Sterling or Pro Jared. Shut up, Hylisk. Ah, a soul-sucking sword. Axe, excuse me. Made out of Serenite. Lots of Serenite. Oh my god. Okay, so now we're gonna go straight. Viewbots online. Beep, boop, beep, destroy. Wait, don't destroy Viewbots! Don't destroy, no! No, it's fine, tribal sites. It's fine. Look, I'm sure we could totally make it serve us rather than, you know, causing horrible deleterious effects to everything. Arkengia? I heard he's a noob, Schmadoff. By the way, in case you think I'm kidding, you see all this? This is Serenite. This is what Serenite looks like when it's smelted. There's just piles of it around here. We're just hanging out. Yep, Serenite. No biggie. Not a big deal. Love this loading screen. Love the music in here, too. We're not actually doing this dungeon proper right now, so we're actually going to kill the audio so you don't have to hear that. I don't actually remember where the Serenite is, though. So I don't remember where the Serenite is in here, unless it's that stuff in the middle. I know there's... I have to go to the Forge Master one way or another. Oh, there's some. I see some right there. I'm so sorry, Ricky. Nope! I am not, Django. Because we're not actually doing these yet, like I said. We'll be actually... When we actually do these, we'll actually be doing them on the Alliance because Jaina's dialogue is much less horrible than Sylvanas'. I'm sorry, but I think I've heard enough of, ugh, death to the Horde, death to the Alliance. So you might wonder, what the heck's he talking about? Well, when you actually do this quest on Horde, you're going through here with Sylvanas. And as you're doing so, it reaches a point where you help the Alliance and the Horde to unite against the Lich King. It's a very wonderful, symbolic, and actual, really nice portrayal of the two sides putting aside their differences in order to take out the Scourge. It was great. You get to the end, and the Orc is giving this epic speech about cooperation and how as long as we unite, you know, nothing can stand against us. And then he dies. He's killed. And Sylvanas says, finally, I thought he'd never shut up. That's paraphrasing, but it's actually, what she actually says is worse than that, basically. She is a complete jerk with regards to it. And it actively bothers me. Hearing her be like, finally, that moron shuts up. And it's like, really? So that's the Horde version of that. For those wondering. Fun bosses in here, but like I said, we'll be showing these off proper later. Yeah, this guy right here, he has this big speech, Gorkin Iron Skull. He's like, yes, with us. You know what, I should at least show you, just so you understand my objections. Pretty sure this turns in back here. No? Where's this turn in? And then come on. I don't remember where to turn this quest in. I'll look that up while I'm doing this. But there's another interesting thing here. When Jaina interrogates this guy, she's like, oh, I'm not sure if I can trust him, but we'll try. When Sylvanas interrogates him, she's like, you will tell me everything you know. And then when he tells her, she's like, I don't trust you. Clearly, I should just kill you anyways. I am, once again, exaggerating. Here, I'll just let you listen.
What you seek is in the Master's lair, but you must destroy Tyrannus to gain entry. Now, within the halls of reflection, you will find Frostmourne. It holds the truth.
Frostmourne? The Lich King is never without his blade. If you are lying to me...
I swear it's true! Please don't kill me!
No, that is not Ethan Phillips, sadly. I'm just going to do this really quick to show off the cutscene, so you understand. Excuse me. Don't actually care. Oh yeah, when he dies, she says, a fitting end for a traitor. Sylvanas is just a horrible person in these dungeons. Hey Andy Birch. So, okay. I've been going through all the content, so I made brand new characters. And, perhaps foolishly, I decided as a donation incentive to allow my viewers to decide which transmog I should wear on my brand new character. So the reason she was so half nude was because that was a specific transmog suit for her. This is, in fact, one of my mains, my Death Knight. Obviously, by the level 100 thing you got going around right there. So, I like what they did with Sylvanas and Kata, but that's about it. So we're just gonna beat this boss super quick here.
Alas, brave adventurers, your meddling has reached its end. Do you hear the clatter of bone and steel coming up the tunnel behind you? That is the sound of your impending demise.
Heroes! We will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord!
That's a real orc right there.
Such an amusing gesture from the rabble.
4,
when I have
3,
finished with you,
2,
my master's
1.
blade will feast upon your souls. Die!
If you insist.
Impossible! Rhymefang!
So this is the Sylvanas cutscene that pisses me off right here. Where is he? Where's Gorok? Oh, there he is.
Brave champions, we owe you our lives, our freedom. Though it be a tiny gesture in the face of this enormous debt, I pledge that from this day forth, all will know of your deeds, and the blazing path of light you cut through the shadow of this dark citadel. This day will stand as a testament not only to your valor, but to the fact that no foe, not even the Lich King himself, can stand when alliance
Take cover!
and Horde
Behind me,
set
quickly!
aside their differences and...
And they're all dead. Correct, Hylisk. Just listen to what Sylvanas says here.
I thought he'd never shut up. At last, Sindragosa silenced that long-winded fool. To the halls of reflection, champions. Our objective is near. I can sense it.
Shut up, Sylvanas. Okay, so I actually need to... Yes, Hylisk, because Jaina is not a horrible person. God. Like, seriously, she is just... Sylvanas is just terrible. Now, I get why, and I'll even talk about why while I'm walking back. So remember that Sylvanas actually only cares about one thing. She wants to revenge herself on Arthas, because she thinks Arthas is responsible for all this. And once she does, she actually wants to die. She actually plans to commit suicide as soon as she kills Arthas. That's her legitimate... Yeah, that's a good point, Stukov. Whatever, I'm already committed. So, she wants to kill Sylvanas, and, she wants to kill Sylvanas. She wants to kill Arthas, and then she wants to kill someone. She wants to commit suicide, as I just mentioned. And that is actually what she ends up doing. Now, that's actually well written, and I like what they did with her and with regards to that in Kata. But the whole reason she is so focused on just killing Arthas and nothing else, no niceties, no decency, no tolerance. She's shown respect in the past. She's shown understanding. She has shown a decent side of herself. And yet here, she is so close to her goal that she can't bring herself to care about anything else right now. All she cares about is finishing this off and going after Arthas and killing him. That's the only thing that matters to her at this point in time. So, yeah, at this point, she just does not give a damn. Which is really the problem.
We will persevere.
So I got it. Ah, you've remade it. In defiance of the Blood Queen Lanathel's pronouncement. Now the blade must be tempered before we show her the folly of her words. Ah. At last, the pieces are together, but you cannot see battle until you've tempered it. The jagged serenite edge is brittle and will shatter the moment it strikes anything. Deep in Icecrown Citadel's Forge of Souls is a place where the blade can be safely tempered. Take Keldarar with you into the Devourer of Souls and look for the Crucible. Plunge the blade into the Crucible and temper it. Bring it back to me. I'll be waiting. So again, we're just going to kind of blaze through here. Hey, Sylvanas. Just for those of you who haven't heard her speech on the Horde side, here's her speech on the Horde side.
We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter. The Argent Crusade and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have assaulted the gates of the Icecrown Citadel and are preparing for a massive attack upon the Scourge. Our mission is a bit more subtle, but equally as important. With the attention of the Lich King turned towards the front gate, we'll be working our way through the side in search of information that will enable us to defeat him once and for all. Our scouts have reported that the Lich King has a private chamber outside of the Frozen Throne, deep within a place called the Halls of Reflection. That is our target, champions. We will cut a swath of destruction through this cursed place, and find a way to enter the Halls of Reflection. If there is anything of value to be found here, it will be found in the halls. The Dark Lady watches over you. Make haste.
I have to admit, I am very fond of Sylvanas' voice actress. She does a good job of the role. I'm also very fond of this place, but again, I kind of want to show this place off proper when I go through on the Alliance, so I'm not really going to talk about it just yet. So here's a place. Yep, it's a place. It's a pretty exciting place, really, if you think about it. I mean, there's stuff and things. A lot of souls around here for some reason. And a catalyst for some bizarre... I don't know what the catalyst is for. I don't know. It's there for something. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I almost lagged off the edge there. Awesome music for 3 seconds. Don't worry, I'll let you hear it more later.
A captive audience.
Wait, Jennifer Hale voices Sylvanas? Seriously? I didn't know that. Like, I really didn't. Yeah, no kidding. Very good. Oh my god, he totally is Shmedov. I'm curious now. Hopefully I won't get copy-wronged for this. No, it's apparently woman named Piera Coppola. And I have no idea who she is, but she does the voice. Terrible voice acting. Engage!
You dare look upon the host of souls will not devour you! You only delay the inevitable!
Excellent work, champions. We shall set up our base camp in these chambers. My Magi will get the Scourge transport device working shortly. Step inside when you are ready for your next mission. I will meet you on the other side.
This time we're going to have a brain about that. Thank you, Stukov, for the idea.
Glory to the Sindora.
Until the sword is tempered, it will be useless. Ah, yes, it should have restored the blade. Why hasn't it worked? You've reforged and tempered it, yet it sits quietly in its sheath, little different from its mundane blade. You say the sword pulls you, as if it possesses a will? Dare you bring it where it wishes you to go? It is not right that the sword should be this silent and this insistent. Yet I fear, if you do not take the sword to its destination, we will never learn why. Bear it with you into the halls of reflection, but be on your guard.
Hold your head high.
I'm actually not sure about that myself, Third. In fact, it occurs to me I should legitimately be worried about copyright while going through that area. Hopefully this section will not get copyright flagged. So, I'm gonna go ahead and let this cutscene play out.
Halt! Do not carry that blade any further!
I don't believe it. Frostmourne stands before us, unguarded, just as the gnome claimed. Come, heroes.
So Keldorar's going nuts, as you can see. Uther is like, dude. Come forth, Keldorar! I shall attack you. Seriously, that's pretty much exactly what's about to happen. Bamf! Let's see what I can loot from a sword. Oh, a sword.
You have forged this blade from Serenite, the very blood of an old god. The power of the Lich King calls to this weapon. Each moment you tarry here, Keldalar drinks in the evil of this place. There is only one way to cleanse this sword. Make haste for the Sunwell, and immerse the blade in its waters.
Huh.
I can resist Frostmourne's call no more.
Don't worry, Uther. We'll be back. And I'm pretty sure you'll actually be released from this. And if anyone's going to the light, it's you. Hey, Sylvanas, you got this Lich King thing, right? Yeah, you go deal with Frostmourne. I'll be back. Yeah, Halls of Reflection was pretty damn brutal when it first came out. That final push, I can't even begin to describe how hectic it was the first time we did it on Heroic.
Victory lies ahead.
What happened in the Halls of Reflection? How can evil take root in such a sword? We put Serenite on it! If the greatest of the Dragonkind's creations can be corrupted and turned against them, why not a mere sword? I believe Uther is right. You must heed his advice quickly. Hang on. Pyramid, the Deconparadite. Take Quel'Dor to the Sunwell as quickly as possible. Trust in Uther's words when he says you will not always be able to control the blade while it is subject to evil of the Lich King's influence. You must travel to the Isle of Keldanus, and there seek entry to the Sunwell itself. The Guardians will try to stop you from entering the plateau, but make yourself known to Halduran Brightwing, who will be inspecting the guards there.
Time is of the essence.
Thanks, Deacon. Appreciate it. You may all thank Dinkin for that noise that you just heard. A little more advanced warning would have been nice next time. So I didn't just do that on stream. Sorry, guys. Welcome to the daily hub of awesome. Population, awesome. Of course, we've already done this, so I don't really have anything to add to this. So, time to see the best version of this quest. Which is also a version of this quest I've never seen, because my character was a Forsaken when I last did this.
Baladash, Malanore.
I hope you understand I can't just admit you to the Sunwell, dying scream. This is the most sacred place known to the Sindarai. We've only recently regained control over it. You would raise the hopes of our people with tales of Quel'Dalar? Without proof of the truth of your claims, I see no reason to take you at your word. Ah, you're the one working with Moralian Sunblaze, aren't you? I know of a way we can test the sword. If you know the Blade's history, you recall it was born by Thalorian Dawnseeker in defense of the Sunwell against the Scourge. He fell in what is now known as the Dead Scar, buying time for his men to make their own preparations. You'll find his remains near the southern end of the Dead Scar on this isle. Visit them, and if his spirit gives you his blessing, I will allow you to enter the Sunwell.
Farewell.
Well, he apparently succeeded, third. Bastard. Why can't I fly? Let me fly. God, Blizzard. It's been how many years and you still won't let us fly in these 2 zones in Azeroth? Well, 4 zones. The Blood Elf starter area and the Draenei starter area. They still won't let us fly there. You know what? I'm a Death Knight. Screw you, terrain. Screw you, Death Knight. Whale biologist. I like how my ghoul is just like, I can keep up too. Wait for me. Who is he? Braincaller is coming. Braincaller is loyal to the cause. They have random names when you summon them. I had Rat Taker earlier, which looked like Radiker when you just put the names together. Poor Timmy does not get a chance to ride. He is not allowed to. I don't know why he sounds like Yoda. Sounds like Yoda he does, yes. Ahem. Serious time, serious time. Hey, his remains really are here. Hey, what's up? Oh!
We must defend the Sunwell from the enemy at all costs. I am ordering you to withdraw to the Sunwell proper to help prepare the defenses. I will make my stand here and buy you as much time as I'm able. Use it well and make our prince proud. It has been a great honor to fight beside you in defense of our land and our people. You, stranger, you are not one of my soldiers. Will you stay and stand with me to face the enemy?
Sure, I can do that.
Listen well, Scourge Defilers. None of you will reach the Sunwell, so long as I stand.
You will fall as your lands and your city before you have before you. My lord will win a great victory here, and none will remember your name. Forward. Ghoul, slay this pathetic high elf. You will fall before the might of the Scourge. Crypt Raiders, attack! Uh-oh, ranged mobs. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Gotta actually go fight them. My greatest weakness. Oh no, having to move. I will kill you myself. One shot.
I wasn't meant to survive this attack.
Nope.
Why has this happened? Why have you come here? It's Quel'Dalar! You possess the sword!
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how, but the blade has chosen you to be its new wielder. Take it, with my blessing, and wield it against the Scourge as I once did.
If you insist. So the thing I hummed at earlier, which I find interesting here, is we technically do have a way to safely use Serenite weapons. It's just something we shouldn't do as a part of regular course. Dipping Serenite into the Well of Eternity, or not the Well of Eternity, excuse me, the Sunwell, because it does apparently cleanse Quel'Dalar of the Serenite evil that we forged it in. I will say this, though, I really, really like the fact that we put Serenite in it has a consequence for once. This is like one of 3 quests in the whole game that actually acknowledges how something we've made out of Serenite was a really bad idea. And I like that. I like the idea that we have to actually go and make this thing usable because we decided to foolishly use Serenite in crafting it. So yeah, personally, if I was in charge of things, I would say this is like a once ever kind of a deal. You want to purify one thing with Serenite, sure, go ahead and do it. But you really don't want to overdose that Sunwell with more magic, more evil, because we know exactly what happens when that does that, because that's already happened before. Remember when the Sunwell was used to resurrect Kel'Thuzad. So yeah, let's not push it. We've already had to literally sacrifice a Naru and basically fight a war to reignite the Sunwell once. Let's not count on doing that a second time, yeah?
Anaria Shola.
You truly do carry Quel'Dalar. This is a great day for all of Quel'Thalas in the Sindorai. You have my leave to enter the Sunwell and finish the sword's restoration. Keep your head high, Dying Scream. The children of Silvermoon have dreamt of this day for years.
Salama Ashalanore.
You will find Lorthamar Theron, the regent of Quel'Thalas, and Grand Magister Romoth standing within. Be wary of them and do not allow them to entrap you in their political scheming. Okay, I just like to say, Lorthamar and scheming do not go together.
Instead, remain focused on the task here. Speak to a warden of the Sunwell to enter the Sunwell Plateau. Immerse the reformed Quel'Dalar into the Sunwell to complete the restoration. Show the blade to Moralian Sunblaze once it is restored.
Farewell.
And actually, no, I don't, Thricker.
Glory to the Sindorai.
So don't go in the instance portal. You have to actually talk to the guy. Otherwise, you just go into the 25-man, which is not what we want to do. I mean, I could do that, but it doesn't accomplish much. As you can see, this is a reclaimed version of the Sunwell, where, you know, the Blood Elves have actually retaken this blade. Also, this is basically the second time Lorthamar has done anything ever. The third time, which is actually across an entire expansion, will be throughout Pandaria, where he actually suddenly gets a lot of character development and becomes very awesome. My lords and ladies, I present Dying Scream, bearer of the Quel'Dalar. There's Lorthamar right there. Romoth. And you notice there's a bunch of pilgrims who make the journey here frequently just to sit by the well's waters. I like the idea that that's a regular thing, you know, that people just come in, sit by the well, and then leave. Especially given all that these elves have been through and everything I discussed of how completely screwed they were throughout the course of BC, this makes a lot of sense. And of course, the Lady Liadrin is here too, with her reformed knights. So, that's kind of awesome. Let's go ahead and just walk all the way in the middle there. There we go. Can that really be Quel'Dalar? We shall see. So there's the blade itself. Look at it, Lorthamar. It is certainly Quel'Dalar. It is indeed Quel'Dalar. I had not thought I'd live to see the day when Thalorian Dawnseeker's legendary sword would be restored to us. You are a hero and an inspiration to the Sindorai. Dying Scream, a symbol of our endurance in the face of tragedy and treachery. The Regent speaks truly, Dying Scream. Thorelian's sacrifice could not prevent the fall of this very Sunwell. When you found the sword, it was broken and abandoned, much like Silvermoon after Kael'thas's betrayal. Let Quel'Dalar be a sign we will never give up. We will face any enemy without fear, even Garrosh. Quel'Dalar is not held in high esteem by the Sindorai alone. It holds a place of high amongst the children, all the children of Silvermoon. This blade has been returned to us for a reason, my lords. Now is the time to rally behind the bearer of Quel'Dalar and avenge the destruction of the Silvermoon and the Sunwell. By the way, it's a high elf right there, not a blood elf. Reclaim the sword, Dying Scream, and return through the portal to Lorerun. Archmage Aethys Sunreaver is waiting to congratulate you. That cutscene is completely different if you're not a Blood Elf. Basically, Lorthamar automatically goes to claim it for himself, because he's a Blood Elf, and he just automatically assumes. And then it rejects him, and he's like, oh my god! And everyone's like, no, no, it has to be the chosen person. The only person who, actually is worthy of wielding the blade, which is the player character. And he is a little upset about that. Instead, however, if we are a Blood Elf, what happens is the High Elves and the Blood Elves call for a bit of a reunification. That's actually the seeds of a plotline that, again, will not actually come back and be relevant all the way until Pandaria. I'll go ahead and tell you right now what that overall plotline idea is. From this point on, the Blood Elves are going to be seeking a way to reunite with the Alliance. And to join the Alliance once more. Now, at first, that's just kind of a, we want to be back with our High Elven brethren thing. But Garrosh basically starts shoving them away from the Horde, bit by bit. Does it really, Stukov? Oh my god. Yeah, I obviously have not done this quest since the Squish. I did this back in Wrath on my Forsaken, on my main. But, wow. That's hilarious and awful. Hey, I'm back.
What business have you?
You have returned from the Sunwell. Ah, I am truly laying my eyes upon the weapon of Thralian Dawnseeker. This is a wondrous day for the Sunreavers and all Sindarai. At last, Quel'Dalar is restored for the glory of the Sunreavers and the Sindarai. All of Silvermoon will proclaim you as a hero, as will the Horde. Archmage Aethys Sunreaver,
we will have justice.
The leader of the Sunreavers, has asked to see you after your return from the Sunwell. Travel to the Violet Citadel as soon as you can, and bring Quel'Dalar with you. The Archmage wishes to congratulate you personally. So, bit of an aside. One of the things in lore here, yeah, that's why I wanted to talk about both versions of it, Narlex, and why I like the fact that this is why I chose a Blood Elf to actually show you the thing. Oh wow, I didn't know the hilt could drop during time walking. That's hilarious. So, the sword in lore actually adjusts its enchantment, its magical power, to fit you. This is demonstrated in gameplay because you have a strength one, a agility one, an agility one with crit. Okay, these used to be a little more varied, and a spell power one. One-handed, two-handed, two-handed, one-handed, basically, are the four versions of Quel'Dalar. Nowadays, we actually have the tech in-game to have a weapon literally morph its stats based on your spec. And, so, I just kind of like that idea in general. But yeah, I was going to say, in Legion, if you remember, we kind of have something kind of similar to that, that we're going to be using once we get there. So, I don't know if this is related or not, but it's a neat idea, and I can see where the seeds were sown.
Anaria Shola.
Is it true you've restored Quel'Dalar? Ah, yes, it rises again, as we Sindarai have risen from the ashes of defeat and betrayal. The heart and the weapon of Thalorian Dawnseeker are both with you, Dying Scream. I see the blade has already started adapting itself to your strengths. As I say, they look pretty much the same. There's just a bronzish version and a silverish version. And I think I kind of like the silverish version better. Which is apparently unavailable because that's the one-handed version. Ah, well.
Farewell.
Sword in the skull. As the leader of the Sunreavers, it is with great pride I present Dying Scream as the new bearer of Quel'Dalar. So that's the Quel'Dalar story arc, basically. Now we're pretty much going to be doing everything up ahead as Horde. Pretty much everything. Before we get started, though, I need a really quick AFK break. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry, kind of wanted to be, kind of wanted to be back for, and giving my full attention to what is about to come. I'm referring, of course, to this.
Rise up, Argent Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you've committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. Dark, ancient powers you've enslaved. Though my soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil, there are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Let them come. Frostmourne hungers.
We all ready to end it? So, it's time to finally hit up the Icecrown Citadel. Now, as an aside, like I said, this is actually my personal favorite raid in the game. Oh, shut up, Deacon. But, in an addendum, it was a really fun raid that I have a lot of fond memories from. I've also got some lore to talk about, of course. One thing I find interesting, I wonder what the heck this battering ram is capped with. I would love it if that was actually a Serenite helm and they were actually using it to break open the gate here, as they managed. Hang on. Where is it? Yes, I want to see my bank. Behold my bank. It is literally full. Where are you? Where are you? There it is. Shadowmourne. Since Lord knows I don't exactly need a real weapon here, we'll go ahead and wield Shadowmourne as we go up here. How's that sound, guys? There's some evidence that King Tyrannus actually, go away. That King Tyrannus is actually not King Tyrannus. Actually, I have both Warglaves, Venetia. Sorry. So, this is pretty much the beachhead. Lots and lots of Argent Crusaders here. Lots and lots of Ebon Blade here. Some awesome music. Great design to this place. The inside of the Citadel looks amazing. It's the same general style as other Scourge things, but they bothered to make brand new actual stuff for here, rather than just making it the normal thing, which I really like. Also, Saurfang is here, because of course he is. So, one thing I want to point out really quick, just really quick.
I am forsaken.
Is it this guy?
Beware.
Good day to you.
Where is it? One of these guys sells a book. That there's like only one reason to buy this book. Just remind me about the book later. I'll actually talk about it later because this is probably not the best possible time to mention it. And actually, it just occurred to me, maybe I shouldn't use Shadowmourne in here. Ah, well, we'll make it work. God, my damage is terrible.
This is our final stand. What happens here will echo through the ages. Regardless of outcome, they will know that we fought with honor, that we fought for the freedom and safety of our people. Remember, heroes, fear is your greatest enemy in these befouled halls. Steel your heart, and your soul will shine brighter than 1,000 suns. The enemy will falter at the sight of you. They will fall as the light of righteousness envelops them. Our march upon Icecrown Citadel begins now!
So I just realized I'm an idiot.
You now stand upon the hallowed ground of the Scourge. The light won't protect you here, Paladin. Nothing will protect you.
Arthas! I swore that I would see you dead and the Scourge dismantled. I'm going to finish what I started at Light's Hope.
You could have been my greatest
I'll let them finish talking.
Fordring, a force of darkness that would wash over this world and deliver it into a new age of strife. But that honor is no longer yours. Soon, I will have a new champion. The breaking of this one has been taxing. The atrocities I have committed upon his soul. He has resisted for so long, but he will bow down before his king soon.
Never! I will never serve you!
And that's when we finally confirm it's Bolvar.
In the end, you will all serve me.
The Paladin still lives? Is it possible, High Lord? Could he have survived?
The power of the light knows no bounds, Saurfang. His soul is under great strain, but he lives. For now.
Then we must save him. If we rescue Bolvar Fordragon, we may quell the unrest between the Alliance and the Horde.
Huh. An orc trying to actually make
Our
peace.
mission is now clear. The Lich King will answer for his crimes, and we will save High Lord Bolvar Fordragon.
Of course, it's Saurfang, so of course he's actually got a brain in his head.
Corcoran, prepare Orgrin's hammer for its final voyage. Champions, our gunship will find a point to dock on the upper reaches of the Citadel. Meet us there.
Seriously, Saurfang is awesome. He really is. He's a great guy in addition to being a total badass. So, while they prepare the airship, we're gonna go do the thing I completely forgot to do. I'm gonna pretend I did this on purpose, though. So, yes, while you prepare the airship, Saurfang, I'll go and go into, the other thing. Yes, Borg Billy. In fact, they'll start going live as of March 22nd. So. As an aside, by the way, I literally just did the Alliance raid just a bit ago. You'll see why, but when I was going through, I've so rarely done it, I hadn't even paid attention to the dialogue. Basically what happens is Sarfang says, "Oh, it's Alliance. Go ahead and hold back, guys. This is not your fight." Muradin's response to that is, "Not my fight! I'll freaking kill ya!" And then Muradin opens fire on Sarfang. So I just thought I'd share that. Anyway, so let's go and actually do these instances that I kind of forgot about. Wait, no, I'm still wrong. I'm still stupid and terrible. Oh my god, I must be really out of it. I'm so sorry, guys. I am the worst person ever. I am... Wow, come on, wake up, Arsh. You had this all planned out. You even have the characters in position. Back to the Citadel. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I swear. Even if it totally doesn't look like it right now. Okay. I'm finishing Wrath today, damn it. God. God, it's so hot in here. That's part of the... I'm going to turn the fan on. If that's okay, that's great. If it's not, let me know. If this is too loud, let me know. I don't want to be terrible. Okay. Are we... We're inside. Alright. Hey look, PvPers who are trying to bait people into PvPing just outside of Icecrown Citadel. Gosh, I've never seen that happen a billion times a day. Used to be a very common thing when we were raiding Citadel. If you can't hear the fan, that's fantastic, because I am just melting in here, and it's actually starting to affect my ability to think straight. Okay, so, we're going to do these dungeons on the Alliance, because the Alliance isn't terrible. By which I mean I prefer Jaina's dialogue over Sylvanas'. So, Sylvanas, and by Sylvanas I mean Jaina, tell me why we're here.
I'm trying to think here. All I ever wanted was to study.
Thank the light for seeing you here safely. We have much work to do if we are to defeat the Lich King and put an end to the Scourge.
I suppose I'll just start clearing.
Our allies within the Argent Crusade and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have broken through the front gate of Icecrown and are attempting to establish a foothold within the Citadel. Their success hinges upon what we discover within these cursed halls. Although our mission is fraught with peril, we must persevere. With the attention of the Lich King drawn toward the front gate, we will be working our way through the side in search of information that will enable us to defeat the Scourge once and for all. King Variant's SI-7 agents have gathered information about a private sanctum of the Lich King's, deep within a place called the Halls of Reflection. We will carve a path through this wretched place and find a way to enter the Halls of Reflection. I sense powerful magic hidden away within those halls. Magic that could be the key to destroying the Scourge. Make haste, champions. I will prepare the troops to fall in behind you.
Going as fast as I can, Jaina. Jeez. So yes, Jaina's dialogue is just way better than Sylvanas' in this whole thing. That's why I wanted to do this on Alliance. You see those down there? Like I said, I have a little bit of lore to share about this place. Those are called soul grinders. Can you guess why they're called soul grinders? It's something we'd heard about before this dungeon actually came out. This is the first time we ever actually saw a soul grinder on camera. I gotta admit, the first time I saw one, my actual literal reaction, you can ask my friends, because we all went in here together, was like, oh my god, that's a soul grinder. Oh my god, that's a soul grinder. Just, Holy crap. Yeah, I don't really have much to share about its function, since I'm pretty sure you understand what its function is based on the word soul and the word grinder. First time I'm not going to repeat this, but the first time I ever did this, we're in chat, and it's like me, Janine, Pax, Gary, and I don't remember, I think Pano or someone was here with us. And they're like, oh my god, look at that. And I start describing to them in chat what a soul grinder is and what it does. And they're like, God, that's horrible. That's absolutely terrible. And I'm pretty sure it was Pax, Janine, or Gary. One of them was just like, whee! And just leapt into the soul grinder. And you do die if you fall in there, by the way. You just flat die. There's no falling damage. It's just, you're gone. So yeah, they call this place the Forge of Souls for a reason. This is actually where they literally craft souls. This is another one of those things that the Scourge can do that some people tend to forget about, since they don't just work exclusively in flesh and undead, but also in some of the more horrible aspects of undeath, such as, again, forging souls. I really don't know what else to add to that. Bronjam is our very first boss. He served with the Cult of the Damned from the early days. Kel'Thuzad himself taught Bronjam the value of souls and how to grind them down to fuel the engines of the Scourge. He can corrupt the souls of his foes and tear them out piece by piece, making him the ideal guardian for the Forge of Souls. So, I'm going to try and race through here because I don't actually want to get hit by a copyright thing. So that's Bronjam, Godfather of Souls. Get it? So then the Mega Man music starts, as Pax would call it.
Finally, a captive audience.
Yeah, and we're just going to keep going. Hopefully the music won't actually trigger. Because I really don't want to get hit by copyright because of his song. I love the music there too, but, I mean, that's actual copyrighted music. The next thing we'll be fighting is the Devourer of Souls. The Dark... I wonder if I could do... Nah, that's not going to do it. The dark industries Bronjam carries out in the Forge of Souls produce tortured, fragmented spirits because of soul forging, right? To prevent their escape and to use every scrap of the damned, the Lich King created the Devourer of Souls. The Devourer hunts and consumes stray spirits and slowly breaks them down within its terrible form. The consumed souls are driven mad with anguish and suffering. Good luck, Permeus. I just want to refresh this, okay? So because of the fact that we're forging, breaking down, and molding souls within this whole area, bits and pieces of souls will get free. So they specifically crafted an actual creature that shows up to make sure none of those little scraps of souls get away. And so it literally goes around eating them, and within them it just kind of slowly melts the souls into the essence of energy that the Scourge used to power their machines. And that is, of course, the worst voice actor in the universe. The voice actor who voices the Devourer of Souls.
You dare look upon the host of souls! I shall devour you all! The swell of souls will not be abated! You only delay the inevitable!
Lovely woman. Yes, Snorlax. I forget where, though, exactly, to be completely honest.
Excellent work, champions. We shall set up our base camp in these chambers. My Magi will get the Scourge transport device working shortly. Step inside it when you are ready for your next mission. I will meet you on the other side.
Shh, I'm trying to think here.
The Pit of Sauron lies ahead, and if our scouts are correct, past that is the Halls of Reflection. It's there Arthas lets his guard down. We maybe hope to find a clue to his weakness. Or just maybe his redemption. Quickly, through the portal! Now, I want you to keep something in mind. So we're about to go to the Pit of Sauron. Now, if you paid attention, We spent all this time and all this effort on the Argent Crusade. You remember that? There's actually a whole patch of quests to build the Argent Tournament. And then the actual Argent Tournament patch came out, and they all dueled amongst each other, and they all fought amongst each other, and only the best and brightest and most incredibly skilled and powerful champions of the light were the ones who actually managed to endure and survive for the final charge here at the Pit of Saran. I just want you to keep in mind that these are the best of the best that the Horde Alliance, Argent Crusade, etc. have to offer. Just keep that in your mind. These guys. All these champions. Look at them all.
Intruders have entered the Master's domain. Signal the alarms. Father, not even fit to labor in a quarry. Relish these final moments, for soon you will be nothing more than mindless undead.
Heroes of the Alliance, attack!
So there's the best and brightest.
Your last waking memory will be of agonizing pain.
And they're all dead.
No! You monster!
Minions, destroy these interlopers!
I do what I must. Please forgive me, noble soldiers. You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own. Free any Alliance slaves that you come across. We will most certainly need their assistance in battling Tyrannus. I will gather reinforcements and join you on the other side of the quarry.
Yep. That right there is the best and the brightest of the Argent. If you ever doubted that this expansion was officially when we became the player characters, there's your evidence.
All I ever wanted was to study.
I underestimated this Scourge Lord, and it's my men that paid for it. When I think that my guilt over Arthas' betrayal cannot go any deeper, he proves me wrong yet again. We have to press on. We cannot let their sacrifice be meaningless.
Shh, I'm trying to think here.
Alright, let's go free some slaves. No, we're definitely freeing all kinds of slaves. You kidding me? Yeah, by the way, Sylvanas' response to the Argent guys being killed is, pff, weaklings. Because Sylvanas is something that rhymes with witch. Also high reach. Alright, fine. We'll free an Alliance slave. Just the one. No more. One of the Alliance slaves, in response to me freeing them, just said, "Oh, have my babies." I'm female. My character is female, I should say. So yeah, fun fact, whether you're here as a Horde or Alliance, you actually can't free slaves of the other type. Even if you want to. They're not here. You'll see what I mean in a minute.
Please! No more. I can't handle any more of this.
So, if you insist. And they are dropped to their death. Because, yeah. Also, there's the actual pit itself. And the Eye of the Lich King, just kind of roaming around, keeping an eye on everything. You mean the fact that they're bigger, Komodo? It's a byproduct of something stupid from Warcraft 3. If you're asking why they still do it, I don't know. I know why they originally did it. I don't know why they still do. So, I want to just really stress how screwed up this place is. This is probably one of the more evil things the Scourge does, in my opinion. This pit right here. So, they have slaves here. Alliance, Horde, doesn't matter. There are some Horde slaves here, like I mentioned. And they mine for Serenite. They are not given food. They are not given the chance to rest. They are not given the chance to eat. They just work. and work and work until they either give up, like those guys who were dropped from a great height and killed, or die just from starvation and fatigue and exposure to the elements. So, you might think, well, just deliberately killing your slaves doesn't sound like a good strategy. Try to remember this is the Scourge. We know exactly what happens to them the moment they die. After they are killed, either from exposure to the elements, weakness, or whatever, they are immediately rezzed back up, and they have to immediately go right back to work. This is just pretty messed up, this place. This is pretty dark, this place. By the way, I want to remind you something. I've actually mentioned it several times throughout the course of Northrend. Undead can feel pain. So they are then forced to continue mining. I forget one of the quotes. I know it's a Horde one, so Alliance might not say it. Is literally mentions how they forced them to dig with their bare hands after they died, just so it hurts more. So this first boss here is Forge Master Garfrost. He has crafted some of the deadliest weapons in the Scourge arsenal. He can quickly forge Serenite into terrible instruments of pain and death, or he can just throw it at his enemies. He is literally one of the frost giants of the Sons of Hodir that has been brought back as an undead. So, yeah, obviously we can... the Scourge can resurrect the Frost Giants just like they could the Storm Giants. And if you'll remember, the Frost Giants are well renowned for their artisan crafting skill. So, yeah, they deliberately went out of the way to grab this one guy just to help craft things. He's a fun fight, by the way. He throws Serenite on the ground, you use it to get out of line of sight, etc. I don't feel like actually saying that.
Creatures under feet. You carve us something good to eat. Giant underpants, clean, save boss, great shame. For late.
Ham. The
Another
Forge Master
shall
is
take
dead.
his place. You waste your time.
What can I do for you?
I don't think so, no, Venters. Nothing to be undead there, because there's nothing alive there, theoretically. I'm not sure, though. You've done well this day. With many of the slaves freed and now access to the forges, it'll not be long before I have a force to aid in delivering us from the Scourge Lord, Tyrannus. By the way, some people have asked, Tyrannus is actually a Death Knight. A particularly strong Death Knight, but still a Death Knight. We need to make our way up the main path to in the cave to Tyrannus' rise. He'll be forced to confront us there, lest we make our way into the Citadel proper. Go now, Shaman! My men and I will be standing by when the confrontation with Tyrannus comes.
See you later.
Yeah, unless they invent some new form of undeath that can affect artificial life, no. So this is kind of messed up.
This way. We're about to mount an assault on the Scourge Lord's location.
So here's a bunch of Horde and Alliance slaves. Now, these guys are supposed to die. I'm going to try really hard to save their lives. It's actually harder to do than you'd think. No. Okay, they're saved. They're basically supposed to die. If you're Horde, it's Alliance slaves who are supposed to die. If you're Alliance, it's Horde slaves who are supposed to die. But you can save them, if you're quick and care. This is basically the kite fight. Again, I'm not going to be with the mechanics. Ick and Crick. Ick is actually the golem thing. Crick is the gnome sitting on his back. The diminutive necromancer Crick oversees the workers in the pit of Saran from above the ghastly Ick. He can safely throw poison, explosives, and dark magic at his enemies. From this vantage point, he has also learned dark secrets of Icecrown Citadel that could topple the Lich King.
Our work must not be interrupted! Ick, take care of them! Wait, stop. Don't kill me, please. I'll tell you everything.
I'm not so naive as to believe your appeal for clemency, but I will listen.
What you seek is in the Master's lair, but you must destroy Tyrannus to gain entry. Now, within the halls of reflection, you will find Frostmourne. It holds the truth.
Frostmourne lies unguarded? Impossible.
I swear it's true! Please don't kill me!
Worthless gnat. Death is all that awaits you.
And then he chokes him to death.
No!
Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily. Pursue me if you dare.
What a cruel end. Come, heroes. We must see if the gnome's story is true. If we can separate Arthas from Frostmourne, we might have a chance at stopping him.
So, if you remember, the thing Sylvanas said here is...
Your pursuit shall be in vain, intruders, for the Lich King has placed an army of undead at my command. Behold!
What Sylvanas said was, what a fitting end for a traitor.
Persistent whelps. You will not reach the entrance of my lord's lair. Soldiers, destroy them!
Don't mind me. What?
Rhymefang, trap them within the tunnel. Bury them alive!
So what's happening here... This is actually a gauntlet. You kind of missed it last time. Basically, waves upon waves of troops will be coming after you. Not too fast. And of course, there's these giant chunks of ice periodically falling as Rhymefang is literally battering the cave from above. There's an achievement for not getting hit. We almost never got that achievement. It's too easy to simply lose track in the midst of this. Oh, they're fine, Venters. I'm trying to remember how to do AoEs on this character. No. There we go. Figured it out. See? They made it.
Alas, brave adventurers, your meddling has reached its end. Do you hear the clatter of bone and steel coming up the tunnel behind you? That is the sound of your impending
Heroes,
demise.
we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
I can do that.
Such an amusing gesture from the rabble.
4,
when I have finished
3,
with you,
2,
my master's
1.
blade will feast upon your souls. Die!
So this is the Scourge Lord Tyrannus. The Death Knight Tyrannus was promoted to Scourge Lord after slaying the giant Garfrost, the one we beat earlier. His power, ruthlessness, and his frostworm, Rhymefang, make him the perfect guardian for the Pit of Saran and the entrance to the Halls of Reflection.
Impossible! Rhymefang! War!
So Rhymefang actually flies off rather than coming to fight us. Keep that in mind for later. And he drops nothing, of course.
Brave champions, we owe you our lives, our freedom. Though it be a tiny gesture in the face of this enormous debt, I pledge that from this day forth, all will know of your deeds and the blazing path of light you cut through the shadow of this dark citadel. This day will stand as a testament not only to your valor, but to the fact that no foe, not even the Lich King himself, can stand
Heroes,
when
to
alliance
me.
and horde set aside their differences and...
Bam. Night Deutsch. Jaina, by the way, Andy.
The Frost Queen is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
Rhymefang was going to grab Sindragosa just now.
All I ever wanted was to study.
Such a senseless waste. Arthas goes too far.
I could not save them. Damn you, Arthas! Damn you!
So, the freed one are mourning over the living and dead ones here. In case you're kind of missing what happened here, by the way. Sindragosa actually has that ability she just killed them all with in the actual raid fight with her. She freezes a couple of people, and then she blasts the unholy hell out of the ground, basically one-shotting everything else. So all these survivors are the ones she froze. And the rest were killed. And it's line of sight, so... we must press on. We've come so far, we're close to our goal. I must delay a moment to send Alandra back to the airship. I'm uncertain how we're going to escape with so many men lost, and so few to keep our path secure. Continue on. I will meet you in the Halls of Reflection. Which we are now at. So Sylvanas is kind of a jerk to Uther here. Another reason I don't want to do this was the Horde.
The chill of this place. Ooh, I can feel my blood freezing. What is that? Up ahead. Could it be? Heroes at my side!
Shh, I'm trying to think here.
The Halls of Reflection. Finally. Let me know when you're ready. Arthas may not be here, but it would be naive to think he would leave Frostmourne unguarded entirely. So, there's a way to skip this cutscene, but we're not going to do that, of course.
All I ever wanted was to study.
Notice we're the only two who make it this far, by the way. Or, excuse me, only three. Sorry, only three.
Frostmourne. The blade that destroyed our kingdom. Stand back! Touch that blade and your soul will be scarred for all eternity. I must attempt to commune with the spirits locked away within Frostmourne. Give me space. Back up, please!
Sure, Venters.
Jaina, could it truly be you?
Hello, Uther.
Uther! Dear Uther! I'm so sorry.
Jaina, you haven't much time. The Lich King sees what the sword sees. He will be here shortly.
Arthas is here? Maybe I...
No, girl. Arthas is not here. Arthas is merely a presence within the Lich King's mind. A dwindling presence.
Confirming what we already knew.
But Uther, if there's any hope of reaching Arthas, I must try.
Jaina, listen to me. You must destroy the Lich King. You cannot reason with him. He will kill you and your allies and raise you all as powerful soldiers of the Scourge.
Tell me how, Uther. How do I destroy my prince?
Snap out of it, girl. You must destroy the Lich King at the place where he merged with Ner'zhul. Atop the spire, at the frozen throne. It is the only way.
You're right, Uther. Forgive me. I don't know what got a hold of me. We will deliver this information to the king and the knights that battle the Scourge within Icecrown Citadel.
There is something else that you should know about the Lich King. Control over the Scourge must never be lost. Even if you were to strike down the Lich King, another would have to take his place. For without the control of its master, the Scourge would run rampant across the world, destroying all living things. A grand sacrifice by a noble soul.
Who could bear such a burden?
I do not know, Jaina. I suspect that the piece of Arthas that might be left inside the Lich King is all that holds the Scourge from annihilating Azeroth.
Then maybe there is still hope.
No, Jaina! He is coming. You must, Paladin. So, you wish to commune with the dead? You shall have your wish.
As you wish, my lord.
Soldiers of Lorerun, rise to meet your master's call.
You won't deny me this, Arthas. I must know. I must find out.
So first of all, now that I can finally talk, this section of the game is actually pretty damn rough when you're doing it for the first time in a row. But that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about, I guess I'll answer Dark Argon's question really quick. The answer is yes. Both, in other words, but only briefly on the Alliance. Primarily Horde. Excuse me. The fact that Uther knew so much never really bothered me, since he was literally within the sword, and he can kind of commune with the rest of the sword, and see most of what Arthas actually does, being in perhaps a unique circumstance to spy on the Lich King and what he does. Second of all, this is probably the one and only time where they actually really make a distinction between Arthas and the Lich King. Jaina, I don't think, really picked up on it. She kept thinking about, no, I don't want to destroy my prince. No, I must go after Arthas.
And children. None were spared the Master's wrath. Your death will be no different. Despair. So delicious. Despair. Morwen. So delicious. Finish them.
So, continuing. Uther, however, is very, very clear about the distinction between Arthas and the Lich King, indicating that Arthas is probably one of the only reasons the Lich King hasn't won already, which, as we've already established, is actually true. And mentioning how the Lich King must be destroyed because the Lich King cannot actually be reasoned with because, I mean, he can't, let's be honest with ourselves. So, next thing I want, and again, Jaina just doesn't pick up on that. She does pick up on the whole there must be a jailer thing, which she does obviously share that information with Tyrion, but... So this is Falric and Marwyn. This champion of the Scourge was among the first Death Knights raised by Arthas after claiming Frostmourne. Falric loyally followed his prince on a doomed campaign to Northrend, only to be rewarded with betrayal by the prince he served faithfully all his life. Marwyn has shown Arthas his life and saw him not just as his prince, but as a true friend. As Arthas sailed to Northrend, the knight followed him without hesitation. Get off my screen. Though his friend would later plunge a cursed runeblade through his heart, Marwyn still felt it break upon seeing what the prince had become. And yeah, Arthas suffers terribly for his sacrifice. So these are the two captains, two of the three. Again, I don't know why the third one exists, as I've already mentioned. You actually see these guys in Warcraft 3, though. Regardless of which characters they were in the actual campaigns. You remember the cinematic where Arthas shows up and kills his father? I'm sure you remember it because it's one of the better cinematics and most remembered cinematics from Warcraft 3. In that cinematic, there's two gentlemen who push the doors open and help secure the room for Arthas. Those two gentlemen are Malric and Farwyn. So, a little bit of trivia there for you. These are basically the original undead.
Is all that you will find here.
That were raised specifically by Death Knight Arthas.
Yes, run. Run to meet your destiny. Its bitter, cold embrace awaits you.
And yes, those are runes, by the way. It's hard to believe there is such hope of defeating Arthas upon the steps of his own throne. And who will take up the crown of the Lich King if it comes to that? Many questions remain, but you need to find Jaina and escape the Lich King while there's still time.
You are not worthy to face the Lich King.
I'm not even going to fight my reflection. Screw that. And yes, those are just runes. If they mean anything in particular, I do not know. Hello, Cloudy. So I have to admit, Sylvanas one-on-one holding off the Lich King always bothered me. Jaina's a little more understandable.
Just as you promised. You will all become powerful agents of the Scourge.
He is too powerful. We must leave this place at once. My magic can hold him in place for only a short time. Come quickly, heroes.
Notice she is nearly dead, 5% health, whereas the Lich King is only somewhat damaged.
All I ever wanted was to study.
So doing this back in the day was hellaciously difficult. A separate entity, Cloudy. Ner'zhul is, for all intents and purposes, gone. So yeah, this is like a reverse gauntlet. You have to flee.
I will destroy this barrier. You must hold the undead back.
Oh, shoot, I need to pay a little bit of attention here. Yeah, this dungeon was brutal. By the way, I just want
to the chill of the grave.
I want to bring that to your attention. That's a necropolis which is almost finished. It's one of their experimental full all serenite necropoli. And yeah, and it's underground.
Another ice wall.
By the way,
keep the undead from interrupting my incantation so that I may bring this wall down.
Oh, I agree, Hylisk, but just in my mind, it fits better that Jaina, one of the most powerful mages of all time, can hold off the Lich King, whereas Sylvanas... Anyways, we're supposed to be, like, fighting this desperate fight against his incoming forces. And he literally just walks towards you, killing everything in his path. You might be like, oh, this isn't threatening at all. No, trust me. He is going plenty fast relative to how much he would absolutely kill us.
We're almost there! Don't give up!
He seriously would absolutely be moving too fast for us to keep up with, for the most part. And we're having weird lag spikes all of a sudden. There we go. He just destroys anything near him, by the way, with this, with the shadow damage he's doing and that frost storm ability, which is actually an ability Death Knights get later on.
How long can you fight it?
That's a good question, Tom and Korea. Unfortunately, that's the best answer I've got for you. Well, I actually talked about that earlier. There was supposedly supposed to be more information about how Yogg-Saron and the Lich King were actually interwoven, storyline-wise. But other than the obvious theme of death...
Your barriers can't hold us back much longer, monster. I will shatter them all!
But other than the obvious theme of death, there's no actual connection between the two. Yeah, this fight on Heroic, we usually... Okay, so no joke. You see how there's a wall, and we have to, like, fight the minions before he reaches us? So in no kidding whatsoever, he would usually... We'd basically be at, like, this point, and desperately fighting mobs, and, like, inches, literally just a few inches from his thing as we're desperately trying to kill them before he approaches us. And then be like, okay, we got it down, quick, run through the wall, through the wall, oh god, start working legs, get established, get the healings down, quick, drink, we're out of mana, drink. This was incredibly, insanely, ridiculously difficult back in the day. For a bit, we weren't even 100% sure this was doable on Heroic with the gear level we had at the time. There's
an opening up ahead. Go now!
And yeah, he just walks towards you. And if you get near him, you die. Oh, it's a great dungeon. I'm not complaining. It was wonderfully difficult and wonderfully hectic.
It's a dead end. We have no choice but to fight. Steel yourself, heroes, for this is our last stand.
I'm coming. Now, unfortunately, I did this a little too fast, so we gotta wait a minute for him to catch up. Because I'm level 100. Fun fact, when they added that mechanic that made lower level stuff easier for you to do, this is one of the first dungeons we went back to do to get revenge, because of how much this place used to beat the crap out of us. We also tried to kill him. He stops at 1 HP, though.
Nowhere to run. You're mine now.
Fire! Fire!
Quickly, climb aboard. We mustn't tarry here. There's no telling when this whole mountainside will collapse.
Forgive me, heroes. I should have listened to Uther. I had to see for myself, to look into his eyes one last time. I am sorry. We now know what must be done. I will deliver this news to King Varian and High Lord Fordring.
Could you tell Sarfang as well? And maybe Thrall?
Shh, I'm trying to think here.
Jaina is still catching her breath. I can barely believe we're still alive. It was foolish of me to follow him. I've made that mistake too many times. And you were reckless to come after me instead of escaping with the information. But, well, thank you. You are truly a hero. With Uther's guidance, we may still stand a chance at defeating Arthas. And all the lives lost today were not in vain. Oh yeah, he's very not dead. No, he's fine. He is just fine. Aw, that's a really cool looking bow, too. So now we will be doing Citadel. Venters, are you on? I don't remember your character name. Ha! Okay. What do you need the second person for, Gnarlex? I sincerely doubt we'll have an invincible drop, but I'm pretty sure Venters will be very happy if it does. I think so, yes, Destor. But if I were you, I'd wait until Legion comes out. Good night, Mulder. You actually don't need 2 people for the battleship anymore. They changed it around. I should know, I actually just did the battleship fight earlier today on the Alliance. To set up for something. I'm not actually that geared. In lore, it's, I think, like 70 miles, 60 miles, something like that. Not too long, not too far away, but far away, certainly. Actually, you can't solo Velithria if you don't have, you know, a healing ability. Have fun, Tommen. Alright, Heroic 25 mode set. I've decided not to do this with Shadowmourne. I'd rather actually be able to do some real damage. Heroic 25 can still be a little mean. Damn, looks like they're going to do the whole cutscene again. Damn it, the whole reason I listened to it last time. Whatever. Saurfang is still awesome, so we'll get to listen to Saurfang being awesome for a few minutes while we push through the initial trash. Make sure we're on 25 Heroic. Yes, we are.
This is our final stand. What happens here will echo through the ages. Regardless of outcome, they will know that we fought with honor, that we fought for the freedom and safety of our people. Remember, heroes, fear is your greatest enemy in these befouled halls. Steel your heart, and your soul will shine brighter than 1,000 suns. The enemy will falter at the sight of you. They will fall as the light of righteousness envelops them. Our march upon Icecrown Citadel begins now!
You now stand upon the hallowed ground of the Scourge. The light won't protect you here, Paladin. Nothing will protect you.
Arthas! I swore that I would see you dead and the Scourge dismantled. I'm going to finish what I started at Lighthouse.
Sanctum has been disturbed. You could have been my greatest champion, Vordring. This is the beginning and the end. Mortal, none may enter the Master's sanctum. But that honor is no longer yours. Soon, I will have a new champion.
I'm gonna wait till the cutscene to finish before I continue.
The breaking of this one has been taxing. The atrocities I have committed upon his soul. He has resisted for so long, but he will bow down before his king soon.
Never! I will never serve you!
In the end, you will all serve me.
The Paladin still lives? Is it possible, High Lord? Could he have survived?
The power of the light knows no bounds, Sarfang. His soul is under great strain, but he lives. For now.
Then we must save him. If we rescue Bolvar Fordragon, we may quell the unrest between the Alliance and the Horde. Our mission is now clear. The Lich King will answer for his crimes, and we will save High Lord Bolvar Fordragon.
Once again.
Corkron, prepare Orgrim's hammer for its final voyage. Champions, our gunship will find a point to dock on the upper reaches of the Citadel. Meet us there.
So, Charlord, you're absolutely right. We should just be able to go right up there and take out. I mean, I could maybe there's some runes that defend it or something, but there's no explanation ever given for why we have to fight our way up there. So this is Merogar. As you can see, he's kind of horrifying. He's actually a unique form of undead. What they did was they took hundreds and hundreds of undead and basically smashed them to bits and kind of reformed all of the little shards together to create this thing that Merogar is. Now, that's kind of unique because he's essentially an abomination. Multiple souls cohesed into one thing, right? But in this case, there's no flesh on him whatsoever. He is literally just a frost bone creature abomination, and he's very powerful as a result of that. We're actually going to blaze through him before he does a bone storm, just to make sure we don't get impaled. So forgive me.
The scourge will wash over this world as a swarm of death and destruction. I see only darkness.
Brian Toll dropped. Lol. I never could get Brian Toll to drop. Ever. Need anything you want, Venters. For Transmog or whatever. There's nothing I wanted here anymore. And yes, that was called Brian Toll. Boom storm. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm a total idiot. So I wanted to show this off, too. I kind of got distracted here.
You have found your way here.
Or we'll do that.
Because you are among the few gifted with true vision in a world cursed with blindness. You can see through the fog that hangs over this world like a shroud and grasp where true power lies. Fix your eyes upon your crude hands, the sinew, the soft meat, the dark blood coursing within. It is a weakness, a crippling flaw, a joke played by the creators upon their own creations. The sooner you come to accept your condition as a defect, the sooner you will find yourselves in a position to transcend it. Through our master, all things are possible. His power is without limit, and his will unbending. Those who oppose him will be destroyed utterly. And those who serve wholly, unquestioningly, with utter devotion of mind and soul, elevated to heights beyond your ken.
Personally, I think it's because the light doesn't care, Hylisk. So the reason I wanted to go back before we activated Death Whisper there is I wanted to show off the original Icecrown's glacier, which is still here, actually. See? I know, the name plate's there, whatever. Point being, there's the Icecrown Glacier. This is the, if you remember, this is actually the thing we saw in the original, in the Frozen Throne end thing. And there's actually the spiral staircase still going up there that Arthas took to get to the very top. Death Knight Arthas took to get to the very top at the end of the Frozen Throne. So, like I said, and as I was trying to demonstrate earlier, Icecrown Citadel, the Citadel, is actually built around the original Glacia. And I just really wanted to show that off before we moved on. So that was Lady Death Whisper. Now, the funny thing is, she's actually the leader of the Cult of the Damned. The leader of the Cult of the Damned. She is also a Lich. She is actually our very first example of a female Lich ever, actually, I think. But the funny thing is, most of what she says is actually true. It's propagandized, but it is still the truth. They were not intended to be fleshy and bony and all that fun stuff. That was something that was not supposed to be. And so, being able to be freed from that curse of flesh via undeath is a legitimate thing. And I find that fascinating. It's one of the many reasons why some people willingly join the Scourge. This fight on Heroic is nuts, by the way. But then again, I could say the same about basically every fight in here on Heroic. I tanked this fight on Heroic. I was one of the guys assigned over there.
What is this disturbance? You dare trespass upon this hallowed ground? This shall be your final resting place! Enough! I see I must take matters into my own hands!
Down you go.
All part of the Master's plan! Your end is inevitable!
Also, note how she actually specifically mentions the overall plan of getting us in here and converting us. I find myself wondering how many of the Scourge were actually aware of that plan. Yeah, it is very, very weird, especially on Heroic. Because the very next fight we're going to be doing is actually Loot Ship, which is a joke. And then we're going to be doing Sarfang. And Heroic Sarfang... Holy crap, Heroic Sarfang. Hey look, it's Alliance and Horde attacking each other because they're dumb. These are the forces from the airship that I mentioned earlier. The Skybreaker troops and our own Orgrim's Hammer troops. We're going to ignore them because I don't feel like doing this. This is so dumb! I'm sorry, I have to say this. We've seen how dumb the Alliance are. The Alliance are fighting the Alliance and the Horde. The Alliance and the Horde are fighting each other on Northrend. The Alliance and the Horde are fighting each other in Dragonblight. The Alliance and the Horde are fighting each other in Icecrown. But it gets even worse. We're in Icecrown Citadel. We are at the fortress of the Big Bad. This is his citadel, right here. And the Alliance and the Horde are still fighting each other. I mean, granted, we're on a citadel basically made of Serenite. So again, if that big theory about the Serenite is true, then hey. But god damn, people. Now, this fight kind of sucked. Let's just be honest about it. But there was one cool thing about it. Exactly one cool thing about it.
Keep it real.
And that cool thing is this. Here, hang on, let me actually put it here for the moment. Jetpacks. I don't know if you can do this on the Alliance version, but you can get way up here on the Horde. Actually, I don't know if you can do this on the Alliance. I've barely done loot ship on the Alliance. Or gunship. This is actually not a bad fight, really. It's just basically it's kind of a combination vehicle fight and ad check. And that's really all it boils down to. Now, I do want to say one thing. Some people say, how could you possibly be good at doing vehicle sections? I know that's kind of a weird thing. But it is true. I used to be pretty much no matter who I was. If I was Noxaith, my druid healer, if I was my tank, didn't matter who I was always in a cannon. Why? Because I would consistently out DPS everyone in the cannon. For some reason, I've always been good at vehicle stuff. This is true in like everything ever. I was good. I was like me and Pax, or me and Gary, or me and Janine. We were like the absolute best at doing the Demolisher back in Ulduar against the Flame Leviathan, and I was always best at the cannon, and I was always the one who got into the Abomination and the Putricide fight. For whatever reason, I've just always been really good at that stuff. I don't know. Oh, hang on. Gotta do this properly.
Strength and honor.
I've heard tales of my boy being here, that he's now a powerful Death Knight in service of the Lich King, and that he's one of the more interesting and difficult fights in here. If that's true, it must be me that ends the bloodline.
Rise up, sons and daughters of the Horde! Today we battle a hated enemy of the Horde, Loktar Ogar! Gorkron, take us out!
Oh, sorry, the Serenite theory is because we know Serenite affects the mind and the,
what is that?
The thought and all that.
Something approaching in the distance.
Is there no music? Not that I'm aware of, Wraith. Ah, thank you,
4,
Hylas.
3, 2, 1.
Alliance,
We're taking hold of them! Sergeant, get a sorcerer out here to shut down those cannons!
You answer to
You
sour
dare
board my ship? Your death will come swiftly. You will know our business soon. Gorkron, annihilate them!
So, once again, fighting the Alliance and the Horde for absolutely no freaking reason. Fun fact, you can actually see the Alliance gunship over there. So, yeah, me too, Hylisk. The Horde, where's my music? The Horde get a big cutscene before this boss fight. And we hate it. Because it takes forever, and this is a fight that's very easy to whoop on because this guy is a bastard. This guy was really, really hard. The Alliance get a cutscene after beating this guy. So...
Loktar!
Gorkron, move out! Champions, watch your backs! The Scourge has been caught!
Me, Father. Join me and we will crush this world in the name of the Scourge. For the glory of the Lich King.
My boy died at the Wrathgate. I am here only to collect his body.
Stubborn and old, what chance do you have? I am stronger and more powerful than you ever were.
We named him Dranosh. It means Heart of Draenor in Orcish. I would not let the Warlocks take him. My boy would be safe, hidden away by the Elders of Garadar. I made a promise to his mother before she died, that I would cross the dark portal alone. Whether I lived or died, my son would be safe, untainted. Today, I fulfill that promise.
Pathetic old orc. Come then, heroes.
4, 3,
Come and face
2,
the might
1.
of the Scourge. By the might of the Lich King.
I can't even put into words how hard this fight used to be, so I'm not going to bother. This fight used to suck.
I am released.
I have tanked and healed this fight on Heroic, and holy crap.
You will have a proper ceremony in Nagrand, next to the pyres of your mother and ancestors.
Oh, I loved the fight. I love every fight in here. Even Gunship was enjoyable back in the day.
Honor young heroes, no matter how dire the battle. Never forsake it.
Sarfang's awesome. Why don't we see an alternate version of what just happened? Something that might have happened in, say, an alternate reality, if you will. An alternate timeline? Something like that. But yeah, I loved pretty much all the fights in here. In fact, Valithria was one of my favorite raid fights. The idea of a healing boss, I loved that. It's hard to pick my favorite fight in here, though. Other than the Lich King, which is just such an easy answer. Because, well, I can tell you the fight we had the hardest time on. Heroic Syndragosa 25. Oh my god, we spent forever getting her down. First time we got her down was just a fairly big moment to us. So we're actually going to repeat what we just did, basically. Don't worry, Ventures, I'll be right back. I'm on a 10-man normal, so this should be a lot easier. It was a fierce battle, Velvaxus. Take a moment to rest. Let me know when you're ready. We'll begin our ascent in the upper reaches of the Citadel.
Let's get a move on then! Move out!
For every Horde soldier that you killed, for every Alliance dog that fell, the Lich King's armies grew. Even now, the Valkyr work to raise your fallen. As Scourge, things are about to get much worse. Come, taste the power that the Lich King has bestowed upon me.
A lone orc? Against the might of the Alliance?
Meriden.
Charge!
Maybe you shouldn't... Okay, whatever. You deserve that.
4, 3, 2,
By the might
1.
of the Lich King.
So yeah, it should be a lot quicker here.
I am released.
That was Sourfang's boy, the Horde commander at the Wrath Gate. Such a tragic end. What in the... There in the distance!
What do you see, Meriden? I don't see anything. Do you guys...
Soldiers, fall in! Looks like the Horde are coming to take another shot!
I don't see anything. Well, whatever. There's supposed to be an airship that drops off Sarfang there.
Don't force me hand, Orc. We can't let you pass.
Behind you lies the body of my only son. Nothing will keep me from him.
I can't do it. Get back on your ship and we'll spare your life.
How kind of you.
Stand down, Muradin. Let a grieving father pass.
Holy crap. The one-time variant isn't a dick in Wrath. The one and only time.
No ko kills Ilnok Atar.
I've noticed that in a few other things, Hylisk. Yeah, there's supposed to be an airship, like, right there. A Goblin Zeppelin, specifically. We actually saw it earlier.
I will not forget this kindness. I thank you, Highness.
I was not at the Wrathgate, but the soldiers who survived told me much of what happened. Your son fought with honor. He died a hero's death. He deserves a hero's burial. Jaina, why are you crying?
It was nothing, Your Majesty. Just... I'm proud of my king.
Muradin, secure the deck and prepare our soldiers for an assault on the upper citadel. I'll send out another regiment from Stormwind.
No, you won't.
Right away, Your Majesty!
So that was the very... Oh, hey. The airship's back! That was the very first time Varian demonstrated any level of actual character growth. Varian will actually grow to be a significantly better person from this point on, actually. Garrosh... So a lot of people thought... Because so Varian has that scene, which is pretty awesome, I think we can all agree. And he started to grow as a character and basically has never stopped growing as a character since then, all the way up until Legion. A lot of people assumed Garrosh would have a similar moment, because Garrosh and Varian, let's be honest, were pretty similar back in Wrath. And Garrosh had another moment kind of like that, which I will explain when we get there. Character frozen. In Stone Talon Peaks. So people are like, aha, clearly Garrosh will get a chance to redeem himself as well. Well, spoiler alert, no, Garrosh never stopped being worse, basically. So, why don't we go ahead and do this in the order it's supposed to be done. Welcome to the upper levels of the Icecrown Citadel. Effectively, all that stuff before was the first wing. Now we're getting to the hard stuff. Any guild could do that first stuff, especially on 10-man. Even Sarfang was basically just a gear check. This stuff is what separated most guilds from really good guilds. And I freely admit, we had quite a bit of a time getting through a lot of this content. Yes, I do, Cloudy, actually, because I've I've seen some of the interviews where they talk about him. As I've said before, I feel like Garrosh's character arc was well written and well planned. Even though I hate his guts, it was still a good character arc. He is not badly written evil. He is well written evil. So let's do this one first. I don't actually have a lot of lore to share here, except that these are unique abominations.
We'll ambush them from behind.
If you're paying attention, by the way. This is the second version of a boss within Icecrown Citadel that is a unique form of a unique form of an abomination. Not these things.
No! You keep stinking! You bang!
Yeah. So this is Festergut. Festergut could be best described as no other boss in the entire game up until this point in time hit as hard as he did. I remember I mentioned how Algalon hit quickly. Festergut was one of the bosses here that actually went back to the concept of just hitting really, really, really hard. And part of his mechanic was he will slowly hit harder and harder and harder as he's absorbing all of the blight from this area. This is the blight boss. The other one is the ooze boss, basically. Hang on. You got it. Get in here, Dark Archon, if you're listening. Sorry, we're already about halfway through this. I'll wait for a minute to talk about this. So you can see how he's just this he's this really kind of weird shaped thing. I mean, he's the worst possible thing. He's the worst possible looking abomination. He doesn't even have another eye, misshapen head. He's got a hand coming out of his chin. I mean, just terrible, horrible stuff all over the place with him. He's literally got teeth. His shoulders and his wrist are mouths, which his hand and his arm are coming out of. He's got an eyeball on his elbow. But the point behind this guy is he's not just misshapen and gross because misshapen and gross. What you are seeing right here is a total caring about results without regard for ethics, morality, or decency. This is a pure scienced abomination. This thing could overpower Thryme or Thaddeus. This is the strongest type of abomination that's actually ever been made in lore. Festergut and I actually can't think of his name. The other one. These two things. And I kind of like that idea as much as it's kind of horrible. It's the concept of if you're willing to completely ignore things like ethics or morality, you can accomplish more. That's the whole reason why, and I know I keep coming back to this for some reason, the whole reason why the space pirates over in Metroid are such a threat. They're not that much more advanced or that much stronger or that much smarter. They're just willing to do anything to accomplish their goals so they can accomplish more. And that's exactly what we see in this beautiful guy. Come on in, Dark Archon. Yeah, Rotface, thank you. Rotface and Festergut. So I'm going to try and kill this guy as quickly as possible, because if I don't, his mechanics will actually overwhelm us. That's true for basically every boss in here, so forgive me for not showing off a lot of their voice acting, because they will completely overwhelm us mechanics-wise if I don't.
Time!
Just an ordinary gas cloud. But watch out, because that's no ordinary gas cloud.
That's Putricide you're listening to. I don't actually like his voice actor. His lines are okay, but I don't like his voice actor.
Daddy.
If you need anything, roll on it. That's the rule for old runs like these. Also, that's another thing to talk about. Both Festergut and Rotface have extremely simple minds. There's two theories about why that is, by the way.
Precious!
So, option number one. Yeah, exactly.
Ambush them from behind.
So, option number one. These things are, yes, I'm well aware of Charlord. Everyone in the universe is well aware. We all watch Futurama. Anyways, either they were deliberately designed to have more childlike mindsets, because the mind of a child is easier to control, which is screwed up, or having a significant intellect wasn't necessary, so they didn't bother to make them have an intellect, or, and there's a third option here, remember how we mentioned how the bodies of the innocent can make stronger forms of undead? I'll just leave that thought there for you.
Oh, Festergut, you were always my favorite, next to Rotface. The good news is that you left behind so much gas, I can practically taste it.
Bad news, Daddy.
I always forget the valves every freaking time. Every freaking time. Forget the damn valves. Yeah, by the way, this trash was literally as hard as most of the earlier bosses, and that's not a joke. You had to actually be coordinated and have a whole strategy for these guys. Precious and, Stinky, I believe, was the other one. And then there's this wonderful place. So, the next boss, you're supposed to have one of the tanks basically get into a vehicle and be mutated into a thing like them in order to be able to fight Putricide. I will not be doing that, because hell to that noise. But that was always my job. I've actually told this story before, so forgive me for the repetition, but while I'm standing here anyways. Once upon a time, the guild master or raid leaders, I forget which, girlfriend was a tank. She was a terrible tank. She was a Death Knight. And she was just not good. And she kept being irritated that I was always the one doing the important jobs. When I was tanking in Icecrown Citadel. So finally, after some cajoling, they insisted on allowing her to go ahead and be the abomination on the Putricide fight. After a multitude of wipes, because she was a terrible tank who couldn't figure out anything, they finally were like, okay, this is stupid. Turned it around, put me in the thing, and we immediately brought him down. Because despite being a vehicle section, the Abomination's job was very, very important here. So, this is Putricide's laboratory. There we have the Necrotech ooze. There we have the concentrated blight. This is where most of the most advanced things come out of Icecrown Citadel. And in fact, Putricide has a line which is intended as a joke, but never makes me laugh because it's really, really horrifying. He's going to say, "Good news, everyone. I think I've perfected a plague to kill all life on Azeroth." I believe him. It makes me wonder how close he was to actually unleashing that plague on all of Azeroth, if not for the fact that we came in here and did this while we were doing this section. Also, most pugs could not bring Putricide down to save their lives. Those other two could be usually geared, out-geared, but you couldn't outgear Putricide. This was a rough fight. I love this fight. It's actually easier on Heroic, in my opinion.
Good news, everyone! I think I've perfected a plague that will destroy all life on Azeroth. 2 oozes, 1 room. So many delightful possibilities.
Another reason why we know that the Lich King was holding back, by the way.
Bad news, everyone. I don't think I'm going to make it.
I don't remember the exact item, but there was an item up here that I had to fight for my right to get. Oh! No, it was the mace on my healer. It was the mace off of Rotface. And they kept insisting that it shouldn't go to me, and I'm like, dude, no, you don't understand. Yeah. Putricide was fun. Next, we'll be doing the Sand Lane. Now, I've actually not talked about the Sand Lane, except for my initial explanation. Believe it or not, there's not that much to share about the Sand Lane, but it's really basically boils down to this. Blood elves of all type require some kind of magical essence, source, food, whatever you want to call it. Night elves have their connection to the tree or the well. The high elves have the connection to the sun well. The blood elves that came here under Kael'thas did not have a connection to anything. So when the Lich King killed Kael'thas and Vash's forces, one of the things he did was he decided he could use that to create a unique form of undead, which is what these things are. These are called the Sand Lane. Basically, they're vampires, except they're not literally vampires. Their need for energy, their need for magic has been replaced by their need for blood. So blood, they need to feed off of blood in the same way that a normal elf needs to feed off of magic. Which I thought was actually kind of a unique and interesting way to have a take on vampires. There's only a few very powerful Sand Lane. In fact, there are exactly 5 One, whom we killed off in those quests in the Icecrown. Those three, who we're about to fight. Fun fight, by the way. And her.
Foolish mortals. You
Mortals.
thought us defeated so easily. The Sand Lane are the Lich King's immortal soldiers. Now, you shall face their might combined.
This is probably one of the best
Rise
council fights in the
up,
entire
brothers,
game, in my opinion.
and destroy our enemies!
It's only 3 at the same time, but it's brilliantly designed.
Naxanar was merely a setback.
Setback.
With the power of the orb, Valanar will have his vengeance.
Yes, one of these was in Ajol Narub. It looks like that one. Or no, Ankahet. Taldaram was in Ankahet. Valanar was in Borean Tundra. And Keliseth was in Utgard Keep. And you can see they actually show the images back there to remind you where you saw these guys before. And I thought the Karza one was one of the 4 we already saw. I am not positive about that. I don't remember his name, because he was only there for the invasion event. Anyway, so this fight is brilliant. Whoever has the orb at the time is the only one who can be damaged. The orb jumps around periodically. All 3 of them have a lot of abilities, and they all suck. This is probably one of the most well-tuned fights in here, in my opinion. I really liked this fight on Heroic. We're just going to crush him, of course.
Blood will flow. My queen, they come.
As an interesting aside, there's this impression that these Sand Lane are basically some of the most elite forces of the Lich King. And I like that idea because, in general, Blood Elves usually tend to be the most elite of whatever it is that they tend to be a part of. I point to the trash of Kael'thas as a good example. But, you know, most of the upper forces of the Illidari were actually Blood Elves, not, you know, Night Elves or Demons or whatever, to use another example of this. So, Lanethel. So this fight is fun. This is a pure DPS race, which also involves a tremendous amount of coordination check. So she will, at a certain point in time, bite someone. 1 minute after that person is bitten, they have to bite someone else. If they don't, they're permanently mind-controlled. When you're bitten, you generate no threat and you do tons of damage, but she has a ridiculous amount of health and a very, very short enrage timer. So like I said, big DPS check, or big gear check in order to be able to push through this in time. Being able to correctly coordinate who bites whom was one of the biggest challenges of this fight, in addition to dealing with her other mechanics, which basically involve banding together, going along the outside, or spreading out, respectively. You had to know exactly what she was doing and how to deal with it at any given point in time. I don't have much else lore to share with us. I kind of wish we had seen her in Frozen Throne. She is apparently one of Kael'thas' higher lieutenants, who was with Kael'thas when he actually was attacking the Frozen Throne in the final mission of Frozen Throne.
You have made an unwise decision.
Oh yeah, and she has a mechanic where you blood mirror, so whoever she's hitting as the tank, she just plain also hits someone else with that ability as well. So all the damage that I am taking, they are also taking.
Know my hunger. But we were all getting along so well.
Ugh. Oh, well, never mind then, Cozy. I guess there are now, so that would make there be 6 Sand Lane that we know about. The one in Kara, the 3 here, the one in Icecrown, and Lanethel herself. And yeah, I actually have that axe, Cozy. On this character, no less. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw her drop the shield.
Argent brothers. The Vrykul will protect the Frost Queen with their lives.
Even dying here beats spending another day collecting reagents for that madman Finkelstein.
So, these are most of the guys we...
Vital banner. Our champions have arrived. Support them as we push our way through the hall.
These are several of the captains who were in Zuldrak for the Argent
You
Dawn.
may have once fought beside me, Croc,
Draw them
but
back to
now
us.
you are
We
nothing
will assist
more
you.
than a traitor! Come! Your second death approaches!
I have no advice whatsoever, little Billy. I used mine
Miserable creatures!
for the lore,
Die!
basically.
Quickly,
It's
push
complicated.
on!
By the way, as we're going through there, she's killing them. You notice we're down to 3 captains now. I just point that out because some people tend to miss it.
Hurry, before that Valkyria picks us off!
And now there's 2 captains left. What the? Ah! We've apparently aggroed some Sand Lane in the back here. Velithria. Now, I actually really like the Velithria fight, mostly because of its uniqueness. It's one of the only healing bosses in the entire game.
We must bring her down quickly.
Foolish Croc! You brought my reinforcements with you! Arise, Argent champions, and serve the Lich King in death!
What? This strength? All of the pain is gone. You must join me in the eternal embrace of death.
I'll draw her attacks. Return our brothers to their graves. Then help me bring her down.
Come, Scourgebane. I'll show the Master which of us is truly worthy of the title of champion. What? They died so easily. No matter.
Oh, no, you didn't. Damn it.
Perhaps you were right, Croc.
There it is. Okay, we're good, we're good.
I'll remain and inform Tyrion of our progress. You must press on and bring down Sindragosa. Loktar, champions!
So only a few of the Ebon Blade and Argent Dawn made it this far. And only one of all of those made it this far. The rest were killed in that encounter. We're doing great, aren't we? If you want to, Venters, go for it. I have 0 interest. This is Velithria. I'm a warrior. She's a heal
Beware
boss.
the dangers that lie ahead. And do try to remain in one piece.
So, I basically can't do this boss. It might be feasible to do this boss in some crazy way I'm not aware of. So I'm not going to say it's 100% impossible to do this boss as a warrior, but I sure as hell can't.
Intruders have breached the inner sanctum. Hasten the destruction of the Green Dragon. Leave only bones and sinew for the reanimation.
Heroes, lend me your aid. I cannot hold this return much longer. Press you must heal my wounds. I am renewed. Is Sarah grant me the favor to lay these foul creatures to rest?
By the way, note the Lich King was experimenting with a green dragon. Makes you wonder what the Lich King wants to do with the Emerald Dream, doesn't it? That's all I have to share there, pure speculation. But they were going out of their way to specifically convert that green dragon for some reason, so... As a druid, I really liked that fight. My job was not actually to heal her. My job was to heal the entire raid, while every other healer was healing her. So I was basically solo healing the raid. It was a lot of fun.
Stop them!
So, heroic 25 Sindragosa can freaking suck it. I've already talked about Sindragosa herself. Possibly Little Billy? I mean, I guess I'd say no, but I've never thought of that before, but that is possible, given what we have learned about the nature of Azeroth. Anyway, so Syndragosa, like I said, Heroic 25 Syndragosa is, in my opinion, the actual hardest fight in here, even more so than 25 Heroic Lich King. Now, it is worth noting that part of the reason I say that is because it took us so long to get her achievement. We had everyone else, every other achievement, we had everything else in here needed to get our Frost Drakes, except for this achievement. This is the very last achievement we got. So maybe I'm being influenced by remembering the achievement and not the actual difficulty of the fight. Regardless, we're about to fight the Lich King's chosen mount. And also this insanely, ridiculously hard Machin. And also we're about to hear our favorite friend, the worst voice actress in Wrath, yet again, in her final role. By the way, there's Rhymefang from earlier, from the Pit of Sauron. Here's the Frost Brood that Syndragosa has been raising, somehow. Wow, 2 of those necklaces. I'd say the KH2 one, Nicholas. Ready for the voice, guys?
You are fools who have come to this place! The icy winds of Northrend will consume your souls!
Your magic turns against you! Everything about this fight sucks so hard.
Now, feel my master's limitless power and despair!
But she never dropped the shield. Like, I don't remember who wanted that, because it wasn't a tank shield. But she never dropped it, I remember that. She sounds kind of like a Vrykul, which is funny because that's why they brought that voice actress on. She does a good Vrykul voice, I'll admit that. So it's time for the epicness, guys. My favorite fight in the entire game. I don't actually have much to add to this, really. I will point out something when we get there, though. Notice the only one who's made it up here other than us is Tyrion, by the way. So I'm going to point out one thing. You see that right there? Obviously, that's the Frozen Throne itself. But that's Bolvar right up there. So to explain this a little bit before the cutscene actually starts, Bolvar actually died. The Forsaken Blight killed him. However, the very next thing that happened was the dragons came through and roared their dragon fire over it, which turns death into life. That's actually one of the things Red Dragon Flame does. So Bolvar is actually alive. He is not dead or undead, but he's alive as a molten ashen creature of pain. So thanks, Alex Strasser. And he's been chained up there and tortured by the Lich King, because that's kind of one of the things he does for fun. Notice how many souls are just reverberating through this place, by the way. Kind of terrifying, really. Where's Dark Archon? Also, Tyrion's huge! For some reason. I know why. I've already talked about it. So I'm going to describe the fight a little bit while I wait for Dark Archon, because this is a wonderful fight. So he comes after us, and he summons a bajillion mobs. And I love this, because this is another fight that informs the character. First, he sends his minions after us. That's his phase 1. After that, he's like, okay, let's see if you can deal with the terrain. And he starts completely destroying everything around that center area. So you have to go all the way out to the edges here of the actual ice. If you don't, you're gonna die to his efforts. Then you have to deal with a lot of the ads that are being spawned out here while that's happening, along with our own spirits who are being ripped out of us to fight us. Very Lich King. Next thing that happens is he just shatters all this ice. So all of this goes falling into the abyss, and you just plummet and die. Then we come back and fight him again. Next thing he does is he has this wonderful ability. There's a few other abilities he has. I'm kind of skipping over. For example, he has the ability to drop a defile on the ground. If that defile does damage to you, it grows. And grows. And grows. And grows. If you have a bad defile, basically you can usually survive 1 or 2 growth ticks on a defile back in the day. If, no, Hylisk. If it goes past 1 or 2 ticks of growth, it's going to cover the whole arena. You're not going to be able to escape it, and it's a wipe. He has another ability. I forget the exact name of it, but it's this dot that he puts on you that does never-ending increasing damage. The only way it gets off is if your health is restored to full. It's the only way to remove that dot. Disciplined priests were basically required for our setup when we did this. And then there's this whole thing where he'll have Valkyrs show up, grab you, and drag you over the edge and toss you off into the abyss, so you die. While he's summoning the storms in the middle, he will summon these orbs that if they reach you, they will toss you out into the abyss, and you will die. In the final phase, in Heroic, he will actually suck you into Frostmourne itself. And you will actually end up within Frostmourne, fighting against the essences of the Lich King and the jailers within Frostmourne. Nethrezim creatures and whatnot. While King Tyrannus tries to help you fight them. It's a great fight, this whole fight. I love this. So, forgive me for gushing.
Long have I waited for this day, hero. Are you and your allies prepared to bring the Lich King to justice?
You sure you don't mean Arthas, Tyrion?
So, the light's vaunted justice has finally arrived. Shall I lay down Frostmourne and throw myself at your mercy, Fordring?
We'll grant you a swift death, Arthas. More than can be said for the thousands you've tortured and slain.
You'll learn of that firsthand. When my work is complete, you will beg for mercy, and I will deny you. Your anguished cries will be testament to my unbridled power.
So be it.
4,
Champions,
3,
attack!
2, 1.
I'll keep you alive to witness the end, Fordring. I would not want the Light's greatest champion to miss seeing this wretched world remade.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I will freeze you from within until all that remains is an icy husk. Until all that remains is an icy husk. No questions remain unanswered. No doubts linger. You are Azeroth's greatest champions. You overcame every challenge I laid before you. My mightiest servants have fallen before your relentless onslaught. Your unbridled fury.
Technically, he should have just killed us, by the way.
Is it truly righteousness that drives you? I wonder. You trained them well, Fordring. You delivered the greatest fighting force this world has ever known. Right into my hands. Exactly as I intended. You shall be rewarded for your unwitting sacrifice. Watch now as I raise them from the dead to become masters of the Scourge. They will shroud this world in chaos and destruction. Azeroth's fall will come at their hands, and you will be the first to die. I delight in the irony.
Light, grant me one final blessing. Give me the strength to shatter these bonds. No more, Arthas! No more lives will be consumed by your hatred!
He has a great line there that we just skipped. That they just skipped. Whatever, I'm gonna shut up.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
Don't do it, Fordring. Don't do it.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Bolvar! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame sealed my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine.
You will not be forgotten, brother.
I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place and never return.
And so ends the wrath of the Lich King. With one of my people walking off, apparently. God, I have so much to talk about. So the line that you missed, because someone was killing him there, is that he As he is held up by the energies of the sword, and as Arthas' soul finally reconnects with his body, he says, "Now I stand, the lion before the lambs, and they do not fear. They cannot fear." But I want to point out a couple of interesting tidbits there. First and foremost, the Lich King basically was toying with us. Oh, I should see if he has the music. Nope. Okay. He was basically toying with us, for lack of a better term. He was testing us, just like he told Tyrion. I was trying to bring the greatest fighting force here to take care of this whole situation, to be my ultimate army. And you brought them right to me. And I love how just so casually, so effortlessly, when he's like, he decides, yep, you are in fact the fighting force I was looking for, he just kills us. Bam. In the face. Doesn't even bother. Effortlessly. Just absolutely effortlessly kills us. And then he, of course, turns around and starts rezzing us as undead. And he makes basically his one and only mistake. He gets confident. Overconfident, one might even say. He gets cocky. He just is like, yep. Thank you for joining me, Dark Archon. So yeah, he gets overconfident, and he completely ignores Tyrion over there because he believes he's won. And to be completely honest, he basically has won. As of that moment, it was over. We were all staring at the end of everything. The Lich King was about to win forever, and that was the end of all life. And then Tyrion managed to break Frostmourne. Oh, tell me about it, Third. Yeah, so obviously you didn't see this. When I say he kills you, he literally just killed you, and everyone in the raid died. And then it would be like, Tyrannus Menethil wants to res you, and you can hit accept, and Tyrannus, his father, resurrects you. And yeah, fun fact, we don't 100% know if that is in fact Tyrannus, his father, or if it is Ner'zhul, or if it is Yogg-Saron. There's a few options there. But given the way the story goes, I'm going to go ahead and assume it was in fact King Tyrannus himself. That is truly and fully the end of the Wrath of the Lich King arc, but there was one other little thing they added after this, and there's one other story arc that actually was continuing forward from this point onward. But before we get to that, I want to play something. You see this weapon I've got right here? This is Shadowmourne. This is a legendary weapon I spent a long time getting. It is actually forged of Serenite and the shards of the actual Icecrown itself. The Frozen Throne. The original Nethrezim ice. Demonic ice. And Serenite make up that blade. In lore, this might actually be one of the strongest weapons ever forged. The one I'm carrying around right now. And that is not a joke or an exaggeration. This thing is at the very least on par with the Ashbringer. Why do I bring this up? Well, once you beat the Lich King, you see, you get an item. You find a container of important and valuable items that was on the Lich King himself, his presence. And you can turn those into people. Now, I have actually sought the best possible way to showcase what happens for you. So I hope you'll appreciate this. We'll do Mograines first. You get an item from Mograine, which gives you a mount. You get an item for Jaina, which gives you the locket. Where is it? This locket right here, which I still keep on me. You get an item for Mirrodin. I don't remember what that is. And you get an item for Sylvanas and an item for Uther. We'll go ahead and do these with Sylvanas being last, because we have one thing to talk about. When we get to Sylvanas. So if you will give me a moment here. Right. They didn't actually... okay, so hang on. I have to actually read to you what happens from Mograine. You return... basically, the item you get in question here is the soul shard that still contains Alexandros. You might be like, who the hell is Alexandros? Well, Alexandros is the Ashbringer. the elder, Mograine, the guy who we've talked about many times at this point in time. So we carry him to his son, Darien, in the lower depths of the Citadel. I'm sorry I don't have voice acting for this. Couldn't find the voice files. So she says, "Father, Darien, my son, at last I am able to lay my eyes upon you again. Father, I feared for your sanity. The Lich King tormented me without end, Darien. Endlessly he sought to break my will, to force me to serve him, to bind me to his blade. Finally, when events demanded his full attention, he left me. The one memory I clung to, Darien, the one thought that kept me from giving in, was your sacrifice, my son, that again saved me from that eternal peril. Father, for you I would give my life 1,000 times." And then his father fades away, having returned to wherever it is he goes to, most likely the light. Then we turn in an item to Uther.
Arthas. Alas, hero of Azeroth, you give me a greater gift than you know. Long have I struggled to forgive the prince for his terrible transgressions. My soul has been racked with unbearable anxiety, dark thoughts, distancing me from the light. I recall clearly the gleam of pride in his eye as he stood before me, eager to defeat the enemies of the light. Eager to defend his people, no matter the cost. It is this memory of Arthas that I choose to keep in my heart. I shall always be in your debt, friend. Thank you.
We're not 100% sure what happened to Uther's spirit afterwards, but given the kind of man he was, I hope he went on to the light. I have decided I will not actually discuss the very, very important events of the short story with Sylvanas until we make our undead, actually. That's a better time to talk about that. Suffice it to say that we will be discussing the nature of the light, the dark, and Sylvanas and why she changes the way she does then. But it is my fervent hope that Uther went to the light. Then we turn in something to Mirrodin.
Oh, lad. How I miss those endless days in Lorerun. Sharpening your skill with this dull blade, forging you into a weapon meant to withstand the demands of a great destiny. Heh, you sure put them skills to use, didn't you, lad? If only I'd been able to stop you that day, how different things might have been. If only I'd have never discovered that accursed blade. Farewell, Arthas, my brother.
In case you're not keeping track here, he was keeping these items of sentiment because, again, there was Arthas within there. One of the items of sentiment he kept was actually a locket with Jaina's image on it.
What's this? He kept it. All this time, he kept it. I knew. I sensed a part of him still alive, trapped, struggling. Oh, Arthas. Perhaps he might someday remember what he once was. By the light, may he at last find rest, free from the icy grip of that terrible blade.
But as we already know, Arthas does not get that rest. Arthas goes to the dark. I'm going to summarize the dark very simply here. The dark is the worst place imaginable. And that's where Arthas is forever. I really hope we can redeem him and save him someday. He deserved better than that. The last one is Sylvanas.
So, it is done. I had not dared to trust my senses. Too many times has the Lich King made me to be a fool. Finally, He has been made to pay for the atrocities he imposed upon my people. May Azeroth never fail to remember the horrible price we paid for our weakness, for our pride. But what now, hero? What of those freed from his grasp, but still shackled to their mortal coils? Leave me. I have much to ponder.
And Sylvanas basically goes from that to suicide. And no, I do not think Arthas deserves that. In fact, I guarantee you Arthas does not deserve that. For all that he did, Arthas died a hero. Holding back the Lich King's essence from the world, starting the plan which was eventually his downfall, Arthas sacrificed everything he had. And his eternal reward, his eternal suffering. Now I know... Well... Actually, I think we'll do this tomorrow. It's getting really late, and I need to get going. I am very tired and in a lot of pain right now. So we'll actually do this stuff tomorrow as our lead-in to the Cataclysm. I hope you have enjoyed our walk through the Wrath of the Lich King. I sure as hell have. See you tomorrow morning, guys.